No, it doesn't have his feel. Just wanted to hold you. No, I feel fine.
I played 2 weeks ago. I was probably. I watched it yesterday.
Any sort of movement? Nope, I don't want to do this.
I don't really screw up. Hi Steve.
Alright lads.
How's it going, mate?
Yeah, all good, you?
I always greet people that I haven't seen for a while.
We'll just read the top half waving.
Yeah.
Back for more.
It's like this.
Oh, there's a cat again. Hello.
Yeah.
You were almost on the square last week while we were playing.
Are you at scoring?
Until I have to come back. I would offer to do it, but I don't want to. I mean, I can do it, but can I do commentary? Genuinely, the only reason I'm here is to do commentary. Genuinely, the only reason I'm here is to do commentary. I have stats and everything.
Relevant to this team?
Some are relevant, a lot of them are made up. There's some anti-Millfield stuff in there as well. I've got Brian's height in gerbils. You know, that's how you want to. I'm going to use my 2 best lines. Which is that and
save him.
He's the tallest player. No, he's the tallest player in the team. Yeah, you are 16.4 gerbils tall.
On the hind legs or
end to end? Yeah, laid out flat. Not stacked on top. End to end.
Not double-decker buses heights.
And then the smallest player on the team is Mahesh, who I believe his build height is slightly further away than you think. Hello. Hello.
Have you been out there?
No. So like when I go back, just then leave quickly after.
If anyone does not have studs on today, You are going to be struggling.
Good idea. Saying that, I went to the football yesterday. Shut up, Rob. I would, but no, I was going to chat to Brockley. Yeah, I went to the football yesterday. There was a guy there in the toilet. Before the game, went to the toilet. There was a guy there barefoot.
Which game?
So I went to QPR against Preston.
A message popped up from Jay's, but I didn't see what it was. I don't know.
QPR fans?
No, it was just available and it was cheap.
How much is QPR?
I think we treated ourselves. I think we got the £33. That's expensive. Today would have been nice. Yeah, so terrific. Did you score? 3-2 to QPR. Oh, yeah, okay. It was really good this on our goal. Really scrappy goal a bit later.
Bournemouth fans, I keep quite a keen eye on the championship. They're all beat Sheffield United yesterday. Yeah.
Has Ryan Christie played much?
Yeah,
He's
very
good.
He came off the bench the first couple of games, and then he was away with Scotland, and then he's played the last 3. I think he might have had 3 assists.
Yeah, he's probably a good player.
Yeah, wasn't really aware of him before we signed him.
Yeah, I was surprised he got to that. His contract was running up for him in January.
Yeah.
So that kind of money, something like
And it's that chance, I guess, and not to disrespect Scottish football, that chance to move to English football.
I'll take that bullet.
And if you get promoted, it's your route into Premier League, because not many youngsters go from Scottish Premier League straight into the Premier League. Kind of, hopefully, pick a championship club who are going to come up, but we'll see.
Definitely a good choice.
Scorer, who's scoring?
Bully and Brian. You know what,
How's the Scottish Prem started? Is Celtic
they're playing right now. No, they're doing very badly.
Alright.
Rangers? The same, not great. Both of them haven't hit their stride. They're probably 2 teams really in transition.
Yeah. Who's the manager now at Celtic?
Ange Postecoglou. He used to be the Aussie manager, and then he was in the Japanese league for a few years. And he's a very good Celtic manager because he's just attacking football.
Yeah.
But he's kind of been found out that defence is defend well, but they just relentless attack, which is what Celtic want to play all the time. So.
And Celtic in Champions League this season, or have they got to go for the qualifier?
No, they dropped into the Europa League.
Oh shit! I watched that. I saw that game. I was in Liverpool, and there was quite a big Celtic contingent in Liverpool. Some of the pubs were packed.
Because like he had, it was a whole mess. Like the last manager, he resigned in January, and they were trying to get Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
He just kind of seems to have teased them over. Like he used them as leverage for other things, and still not.
Yeah, I mean, I've got ultimate respect for him, but I think also, if it was to be believed, was that he's in a position to try and
leverage.
Get where he wants to leverage, but he wanted to change from what I understand, the whole backroom staff, and certain.
I'm batting at 4, so.
Just stand at the fine leg here. I'm never quite sure whether does it go down as easy four runs from back.
Whoa!
What's that smell? I smell good cooking.
Behind the window, Rob.
But whether to get a long blade, it's more white, got £1,000 in, first day of the season. Someone decided that the back's fault on it. You've got one or two about the red. You stay with me. Don't get out. No, don't run.
How's it going?
Yeah, man. Well, the battery looks fully charged, so I'm not quite sure what the issue is.
I'm not sure what it was either. I remember they couldn't see it. I just jumped everything, but I unplugged it to make sure it's still working. That was fine. How are you, Mary?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Hey, no.
Did you know she's a colossal curve climber?
Oh. That's news.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, world knows that.
Ah, yeah. On with God's green limit. Oh yeah, they said something about there's an overlay of the date and time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they turned that on.
You guys gonna happen even them putting on that little flag at the top when they hit something down.
any help? Not that I'd be of any help. Sort of stand and say things that are no use.
You can join me on commentary. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check.
Alright, I've had a few technical difficulties setting up today. I don't know if you can hear me, we'll check that in a minute. Technical difficulties like my ride forgetting their insulin. That is a factor. What's that, sorry? Don't you slag me off. So we'll just check if you can hear me, and then I will continue talking. Go away.
There's a bit of feedback there.
Okay.
How you doing?
Missed your whole innings.
Yeah. Block, 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 leave, out. I'm down as 2.
Yeah. round people complaining that I was at the rugby this morning. Oh, yeah, I might have been at the rugby this morning, but my team didn't win, so it's not a big issue. It's more of an issue that my ride forgot their insulin. So, if you're watching this from outside of Britain, you may or may not be aware that we are having a fuel shortage. Nobody has any petrol, and that was a major factor in some of the members of this club getting here or perhaps not getting here today. Connor off the mark there, just turning the ball to the leg side. You'll note there Mike having a shy at the stumps. I was encouraging him to do that. He's 2 dismissals away from picking up the Fielder's Trophy at the end of year awards. He's 1 dismissal behind Will Dunphy. 2 dismissals will take him into a clear lead. Run-outs do count, so quite funny to see him having a shy there at the stumps. Great piece of fielding from Mike Wood behind the stumps there. So quite a tight shot today. I'll try to describe the field to you. We've got Joel standing at a sort of a wide first slip, Maheshek Gully. Sanawa running in. Oh, that's a good ball. Oh, and he's out. Steve has had all of the most unlucky dismissals the entire season. Add that to the list. Unbelievable. They're calling him back. captains are calling him back. So they should be. They've called it a no ball. Someone tackles Steve. There's a lot of drama here on the sidelines. You can't see it. Steve doesn't want to go out there. The umpires have called it no ball. Connor is remonstrating with Steve on the sidelines, trying to convince Steve to get back out there. Is that Parag? Parag might be playing today. I don't know. I haven't seen the lineup. Steve, he's going back on the park. And that's a huge round of applause from his teammates. Exactly, no one's clapping, but... What a lot of drama. Honestly, there hasn't been an unluckier batsman all season. He's found some of the most bizarre ways imaginable to get out this season, and that would have just summed it all up. Thing is, now he's going back out to the crease. I think there's every chance he's at least gonna put on a 50. Steve is an excellent striker of the ball. Sanoa running in. Quite full net. There you go. Steve's response out of the middle of the bat, down to long on. They run through for a single there. I don't think Connor will turn back for 2. You may or may not still be able to hear me, but it looks like we may have lost our signal again. I'll have to check that. We have had some issues today.
Oh no, it's back on. It's back on.
Hopefully we've sorted out some of the audio issues as well. Try to get that confirmed for us. So try to get our heads around exactly what's happening. Oh, Poppy's come to say hello. If you don't know, Poppy is the cat in the clubhouse down here at the John Roan playing fields.
Say hello to Joe.
One of the strange things about this interclub game today is the fact that we play our interclub games for the Trevon Testimonial Shield, and it's not here. And so the last person to have it was Joe Harper, who was extremely happy to have won it at the last interclub game this year. But I note that he hasn't shown up today, and neither is the trophy. So it may be that before too long I have to give him a call and see where he is. I have the sneaking suspicion he's run off to Cyprus or something like that. Ali Hussein now running in. Yes, hitting the pitch hard. It's very moist out here today. If you didn't know, autumn is very much derived in Britain. It was warm, it was sunny, it was warm, and then all of a sudden the clouds opened up and it rained the entire week. So the outfield is extremely lush, it's extremely damp out here. I believe they've managed to keep the pitch dry, but as you can probably see on the video, it's a little bit on the brown side. Plenty of sawdust. Haley running in. Down the leg side, Steve's got quite a bit of wood on that. Connor runs through for a single. So I haven't got my glasses on me. Not that I wear glasses, but I probably should. So I'm trying to figure out exactly who is in what team, who exactly has shown up for the interclub game today. Normally I would have the opportunity to talk to both teams before they go out on the field and really get my head around exactly who is here. But as I said earlier, my ride today, forgetting their insulin, pushing us back maybe an hour as we run around London trying to... A lot of complaints in the background there from the person who forgot their insulin, but too bad, I say. I'm the guy with the microphone and I'm going to slag you off. Now, moving on. Ali pushed that one quite wide outside off stump. So just trying to see exactly who is doing what. Looks like the home side are in the field. They are skippered today by Shaquille. He's had a wonderful season. If there was an all-rounder award, he would have picked it up. There isn't though. Tough shit. Ali running in here. Oh, it's a little bit of a nudge through the offside. No run. Fielded at point. Nice throw into the keeper. The away team are batting... Nabil and Rob opening the batting today. Must have been a special feeling for Rob. Probably got a half chubby going. Nabil, with his little innings today, passed 600 runs for the season. Well done to him. Ali running in. Oh, that's a dirty swipe from Connor, but you can see he was trying to keep it down. There is quite a lot of space here through the mid-on, mid-wicket region. You've got Shaquille at mid-on. I can't quite see who exactly is at mid-wicket, but they're very close. We have a man back at square leg, pretty much all the way back, and then what is essentially a short fine leg. So the field is in on the inside, plenty of space if he gets a hold of that one. Good forward defensive shot from Connor there, pressing forward, taking it high on the bat but keeping the ball down. Looks like Carl Bandy's coming to pick that up, and that's the end of the over. Doing my best to keep track of the score. Currently 47 for 2, the away team. Just running quickly through the card. Nabil was out for 37 off 29 balls. He really held that opening partnership together. Rob Miller out for 2. He faced 18 balls. And Steve Wheel has been given the reprieve by the opposition, feeling desperately sorry for the man who's been out in all of the strangest ways this season, calling him back onto the pitch. The umpires deciding that was a no ball, and rightly so for an inter-club match of this nature. Steve currently on 2. Connor McGilligan currently on 3. That's a shocking wide ball from Sanawar. Fielded well across in front of first slip by the keeper Mike Wood. For an inter-club game, just having a look around the park, having a look for hat fines. Mike's got his hat on. It looks like Joel's got his hat on. Everybody else owes me a fitty. No, there are in fact a couple of other hats. It looks like Toby's got his club cap on. So 3 out of 11 out there on the park currently. The sun's gone behind a cloud here at the John Roan playing field, and I can tell you that the difference is quite substantial. It's a lot colder when that sun goes away. And your mouth stuff there. Steve struck on the pad by Sanawar, pretty adjacent. Sophia pulling his hand out of his pocket, I assume to air it out. Just to air his hand slightly before putting it back in his pocket. I think he genuinely thought about giving that one. A bit short of chairs, if I'm honest. Sanawar running in there. Nice and full, just worked off the legs there by Steve. Connor runs through for a single. Fielding done by Carl Bandy at square leg. Yeah, the wind definitely blowing some. I'm going to see if I can't get one of the other players to join me on the microphone, so you don't just have to listen to the sultry sound of my voice. And it is sultry, let's face it. Sanawar changing tack now, coming around the wicket. Good forward defensive prod there from Connor, keeping out the full ball from Sanawar. And wouldn't you know it, I'm not going to be alone on the microphone. How are you going?
I'm doing good, thank you. Very interesting game of cricket we've got today, Jez, wouldn't you say?
Why don't you give yourself an introduction?
Okay, here's my introduction. Oh, I can't believe he dropped that catch.
We got nowhere near it, let's be honest.
You're right, absolutely right. Yeah, well, yes, I'm a newcomer to this fanciful cricket team. I did appear on the last commentary, didn't I? Yes, it was being discussed. My particulars were being discussed.
Your particulars, indeed.
Yeah.
You are by far and away the tallest member of this cricket club.
I was reflecting today that actually, considerable periods of time go by without me seeing someone taller than me. Possibly a year, 2 years sometimes before I'll actually see someone on the tube or something that's like Oh yeah, they're taller than me.
What do you do in that situation when you see someone who's actually taller than you?
Well, do you know what? It's a funny thing. It is a funny thing because I see quite a few people who are just sort of maybe a few inches shorter, and they make fools of themselves. They're like, oh, my whole existence has been threatened by a person who is 2 inches taller than me. But of course, whenever you spot someone who is an inch taller than yourself, you immediately do exactly the same thing. And you're just like, and you know.
Oh, you cower in fear. I would have thought you guys would give some sort of massive high five, like the largest of the high fives.
But whenever you get to a certain height, high fives stop working, right? When you just like, they look really, they're like slow motion for a start to like normal people, and then you know invariably miss. So you just end up creating a spectacle, you know.
It would be a spectacle.
My brother's as tall as me, right? So whenever we go out, seriously, you get exponential interest the more tall people you add. You know what I mean? So if there's 2 of us, or if my cousin joins us and there's 3 of us, you know what I mean? Seriously, a whole bar will gather around you and remark as to, well, have you been standing in shit all your life?
No, they want to get the autographs from these guys who are in Lord of the Rings. That's what they want.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Ali Hussein running in here to Connor. Connor again with that very stable forward defensive prod, one of the best in the club, if I do say so myself, not that I coached him the entire year.
But there's still a touch of hurling, isn't there, to his stroke? Do you not think there's a touch of sort of Celtic mystery?
If Connor's feeling confident today, you'll see the shot of the year. He has an amazing reverse pull. And he's bunged one up in the air again. Sanawa has let that through the fingers.
He's a lucky boy.
Oh dear. It's interesting. I hate to say it. Sanawa is actually right up the top of the fielding stats. He's taken quite a lot of catches this year, but he's let equally as many through the fingers. And if he had taken all of them, he would be light years ahead of anyone else in this club. The ball just follows him around the park.
Although to be fair, I think conditions are quite tricky today.
Conditions are tricky today, especially if you forgot your insulin. But you know, the outfield, quite damp, quite lush.
Yeah.
Looks like the pitch staying a little bit low. It's a little bit spongy with all the water that we've had, and it has rained cats and dogs this week.
It has.
God, how long did it take you to clean them out of your gutters?
It was clean what out of my gutters?
The cats and dogs.
Oh yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, it was miserable yesterday. I spent most of yesterday queuing for petrol.
Oh, yes.
Seriously, that made it doubly miserable. No one should. It's terrible.
Are you thinking now about getting an electric car?
Well, it's a hybrid car, you see. So actually, and we hardly ever use it. Mm-hmm. But it was a wee bit low before all of this nonsense started, and I've just been putting it off, really. You know,
it's only low because you lowered it.
Well. You know.
Oh, that's a wonky full toss. It actually
got away with it.
Well, actually, on reflection, I think that was quite a clever slow ball. And the eyes lit up from Steve, and he was thinking, I'm going to smash this all over everywhere.
Yeah.
And the ball then dipped quite late on Steve, and he had to adjust his shot. And it's the sort of ball that you can punch back to the bowler and off the upper court and bowled, or just chip in the air. Certainly, these guys have been giving some chances, not least of all when the ball hit the stumps off Steve. Or when, in the last 5 balls that Connor's faced, he's pumped it up in the air through the offside. He hasn't quite got the feel for maybe the slowness in the wicket yet.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to smack it along the ground. It's gone very much in the air.
Yeah, like the Steve incident, as it will now forevermore be referred to, was a curious one, wasn't it? In that I think, at least what I saw was, and replays I'm sure will show whether I'm right or wrong, but from my lofty viewpoint, I saw the ball trickling slowly towards the stumps, and then in an effort to kick the ball away, I actually kicked the stumps.
Do you think that's what, I mean, it was a very close thing. And that's another full ball. Steve's wound up there for the big hoy. Hasn't quite got it away. Carl Bandy's done the fielding there on the onside. I mean, as I've talked about repeatedly, Steve has found some incredibly awkward ways to get out this season. If there's going to be a man in this club who gets the ball that shoots straight along the deck, it's going to be Steve. It just always seems to happen to him, time after time.
Yeah, there's 4 runs right there.
Yeah, he's actually found the boundary there. Just trying to see who chased that all the way to the side of the park. It looks like Paul Frater there making the big chase out to square leg.
Yeah, he's looking good, Paul, actually. You know, I think he's been working on his fitness recently.
What fitness?
I don't know, apparently you can buy it these days.
Oh, okay. He's not secretly doing powerlifting behind our backs.
I think he might be.
Sunaway running in. Another full ball, this time into the pads. May have just caught Steve on the end of the digits there.
So just tell me about your own recovery and your own rehabilitation towards cricketing pastimes. Can you give us an update on that? Because literally half the internet's on tenterhooks as to when that might be.
Well, I hope there's no children watching, but I just want to make the point that steroids are fucking awesome. I've had steroid injections into my right shoulder very recently, and the difference has been night and day. So I now have much improved movement through my right shoulder. I still have from the point of the injury 4 months of recovery, so I can't be going out there doing anything silly, but hopefully by the end of the year I could perhaps roll my arm over once again. Certainly at this point don't do any heavy lifting, don't try and throw, don't try and do any push-ups.
Well, that sounds like good.
Connor just can't help himself today. He's
gone.
Toughed it up in the air, and that's a very simple caught and bowled for Sanawar. And that's Connor on his way. I think caught between two minds there, between whether or not to buff it or just try to work it through the onside.
That was it.
He's just scooped it up off the bottom of the bat, and Sanawar's taken a very safe catch. And if I've got the stats right, that means that Sanawar's actually second on the catching stats. So if he takes one more today, he will take home the fielding trophy for this year. Not one of the keepers, but just a man.
Just a regular man.
A regular standard man. No gloves or anything. Okay. You might have to enlighten me here, Brian. Who is it that's going out to join Steve in the middle? I don't think I know this one.
Well, it's a guy with a helmet. Is all I can tell you. And he's just slightly shorter than Steve, I can tell you that.
Yeah. Is he like me? Is he 2 points deep?
2 points deep. I don't know what that means, actually. Is that some sort of a...
No, I was watching the rugby league this morning, you see. Unfortunately, I watched my team lose the NRL Grand Final.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. The South Sydney Rabbitohs going down by 2 points to the Penrith Panthers in the final. In fairness, the better team did win, but that's the last time you hear me say that. Okay, on the legs there, and our mystery man has worked it through the leg side. Just going to try and pull up the scorecard here to try and get some insight into exactly who this is.
And while Jez is doing that, I'll tell you a funny story about cricket. Nope, I don't know any funny stories about cricket.
This is your big chance, Brian.
Oh, I think I've blown it, Jez.
Have you blown the scoring? Because it seems like it hasn't updated since you stopped doing it. Who did you give it to?
I'd give it to Jake. And apparently he was, all over it.
Okay.
Well,
we'll just hope for the best there then. Yes, here we go. It has updated. So this guy's M. Gordon.
Mike Gordon, I believe it is.
Gordon. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll do our best and hope that is in fact his name.
Yeah.
So Ali is going to continue charging in from the toilet end. 2 slips now for Steve. Oh, see, that's time and time again. That's what happens to Steve. The ball keeps low, he stands up tall, the ball doesn't bounce, and he just gets caught on the pad. So it looks like we've got Joel at first slip, and then looks like James Gunner stepped into third slip. We have Mahesh at a very wide gully, but it looks like he might be warming up and potentially going to have a bowl. Toby is at point. Shaquille is at cover. I'm just trying to see who we've got at mid-off. Can't quite make it out. Down the leg side, just runs it there off the pad. Paul Frater down there at fine leg. Carl Bandy here at mid-wicket. Sanawar at mid-on. And I have no idea who is standing at mid-off.
Well, I'm not even quite sure where mid-off is. So
it's this guy over here.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the things, though, I've always listened to Test cricket and, a game that sort of evolves over 5 days. Well, who doesn't want that, right? But because I'd never played cricket, and we didn't play it at our school, the school that I went to.
I mean, my understanding is cricket's banned in Ireland. It's amazing that there's an international side.
There's rain in Ireland, and it makes it tricky to actually play competitively. Anyway, but I had to actually draw out a diagram of where all the things are and why they're called what they are, and then I realised there's like multiple names for certain positions. A
bit of a misfield there at long on. It's gone through the fingers from Sanawa, and it has trickled over the long off boundary.
Dribbled.
Indeed. Ball extremely dark, so it looks like it may have absorbed some moisture out of this outfield.
I think that's highly possible.
There is a bit of wind around, but not enough wind to blow the moisture off the top of the grass, I don't think. So the ball will be a little bit clogged out there. We'll see if the seam gets a little bit slippery. Oh, another full ball. Worked well by Steve this time through mid-on, and that has gone all the way to the boundary. That is exquisite timing. They're going to regret calling him back to the crease.
One of our viewers has written in asking to confirm rumours that there were tyre tracks, like vehicle tyre tracks, on the crease, and I can confirm that those rumours are absolutely true. I witnessed with my own eyes tyre tracks. So actually, Rob said to the groundsman just before the match had kicked off, he said there seems to be some tyre tracks on the so somebody must have taken like a three-wheeler out there. And the groundsman was like, oh no, that was me, that's just my tractor. I was just and was like, I don't know what's going on there. There shouldn't be really any. What's your experience of tyre tracks on a crease? Is that a normal thing?
I mean, if you talk to groundsmen around the world, a lot of them probably don't do burnouts on the pitch, but ours does, and I think that just shows the nature of southeast London and where the priorities stand. There's quite a gaggle of people down here today who have no interest in cricket whatsoever, but have quite a large interest in soccer. And much more particularly the Millwall team. So we just keep our distance. It's for the best.
You get the feeling they might still be good at throwing things.
Bricks.
Not into
Mostly bricks.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So, did we say Mike Gordon?
Mike Gordon.
Yeah. So Mike Gordon chopping down late on that one. I mean, if he doesn't press forward on this pitch, he'll also be a candidate for LBW, one of those ones that shoots along the deck.
Yeah, I think whenever I get into bat, I'll be having the voice of Jez in my head that says, "No, lower than that, Brian."
Yeah.
And I'll be trying to get down really low, because it does look as if it's sort of skidding on a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just bend the knees, Brian. I know you've got to come down from an incredible height. Actually, one of the stats that we were going to test people with. When we were doing our call around on the last game in which we did commentary, was trying to ascertain who's taller, you or the Undertaker. And Jake Newcomen, a member of this club, has gone away and done the research and does have the answer to this question.
Right, I'm not familiar with that. Like, I've heard of the Undertaker, but I'm not familiar with his good works.
Yeah.
I don't know what height he might stand at.
No, he used to be one of the Teletubbies.
Really?
But, see, another one skids along the deck, late on the ball. Yeah, Sanawa quite probing here. This is what he does. He gets into that sort of metronomic action. If he hits the crease hard enough, he can be a real handful. But if you're listening today, if you want to have a go in the comments on YouTube, or if you happen to have my phone number, get in touch. Have a think. Try and decide. See if you can come up with the answer. Who is taller, Brian or the Undertaker?
Do you know what? I actually hope it's the Undertaker, because, as you know, I have a deep suspicion of anybody shorter than myself, and that would mean that it would probably increase the list to 3 of people I can, look up to.
Oh, once again,
tricky.
Just probing around that area,
asking questions.
Yeah. And it looks like Rob Miller has recovered from having a bat earlier today, and will be taking his place out on the field in the umpiring position. Typically he likes to umpire at the toilet end, but it looks like he is going to go down the murder end. I might change the name of that. Anyway, let's have a look somewhere else and try to change the subject. We have Ali continuing from the toilet end. He's going to be bowling to Steve. No real change in the field whatsoever. Everyone's still in the same positions as before. Yeah, good probing line there from Ali. Again, when he gets his tail up, he really can whistle it down. Probably the fastest bowler in the club.
Do you reckon? Faster than Carl?
Yeah, he's faster than Carl. So we've got Joel at a fairly tight first slip now. I think Mike will get across in front of him if there's any kind of a nick. We have James Gunner at a third slip, Mahesh at gully. Huge no ball. I think that was another attempted slow ball. Steve's just helped it over the top, down to third man. So 4 and a no ball. This will test Jake's scoring prowess, see if he can figure that out on the app.
I've got a question for you, Statsman, in terms of people in the club.
There's 72.
In terms of, obviously a bowler bowls at a certain average speed,
yes,
right? But a bowler thinks they bowl at a different speed. Which person in the club do you think has the biggest difference between the speed they think they're bowling at and the speed they're actually bowling at?
Well, Ali's just put an absolute ripper past the outside of Steve's bat going through to Mike there. But if I had to put a ring around the player in this club who has the biggest differential between bowling speed and what they think they're bowling, it would almost certainly have to be Rob Miller. And I know that's not going to come as a surprise to anyone listening or anyone who's familiar with this club, but it's 100% true.
I think you might have it there.
I'm trying to put a ring around who would be second, but it's probably me. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, age does catch up with all of us. You know, there was a day sometime long in the past where you whip it down and ping it off the pitch, and then you watch a video back of yourself bowling at 40, and it does look lobby. You wonder how you take any wickets at all.
Well, I do a lot of running, and it's been a recent sort of pastime, I suppose, in my life. Really, only in the last few years have I started running, and but it's exactly the same in running in that what you think you look like, right? Yeah, and then what you actually look like running. So I do quite a lot of park runs, and every once in a while I'll volunteer as a guidance person, as a marshal, and you see people running fast and go, really? Do I run that slow?
Yeah.
Do I huff and puff that much? But it's true. It's very different. Yeah, what we're actually like, and what's going on in our heads.
It's one of the biggest downsides of the live stream, isn't it? Really, it's it's that breaking of the bubble in your mind. How you think it was, and how you'll tell that tale at the pub for the next 5 years, versus what it was actually like in the highlights that happened to show up on Play Cricket.
Well, look, whenever I haven't featured much in the live streaming, but in one innings I did, and I think I lasted about 5 minutes. I think I got a few runs and then was bowled. Somebody sneaked one onto my bat, right? The rascal. And but yeah, whenever I was watching it back on YouTube, I was like, is there something wrong? Am I playing this at half speed? Because the big guy is so slow. Seriously, he was so slow walking, slow running between the wickets, so slow getting his bat down. I was just like, really? But my head is just not like that at all.
I mean, if you're worried about the amount of time you're getting on camera, have you thought about just standing in front of it? You're the only person in the club who could.
Well, I used to play a lot of pool.
Yeah?
At university. I was known as the Eclipse because I, cast a shadow.
Let's give the listeners a treat, shall we? How about you just go and have a little walk in front of the camera right now? There's nothing to stop you. This would be great.
Yeah? Well, I'll just take off the headphones.
Yeah, sure. Now, I want everyone at home to know... Oh, God. Don't worry, Brian, that's not expensive. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay, so we have a poll here in. I don't know why is he doing that. The pole itself is about 7 meters tall, and Brian is very, very similar height to the top of the pole. It's quite alarming, actually. Yeah, you shouldn't be missing him there. I'm sure he just found his way into frame, and as the nickname is true to life, he would have seen a full eclipse. Worth it, Brian?
Did everyone see me?
Did you wave to the kids at home?
Oh, yeah.
That's a wonderful shot through the offside from Mr. Gordon. And the fielder has given it away. So that's a great boundary through covers.
It's a nice little partnership building between these two.
Yeah, the trick is to be good at batting. That's always my failing.
Is that the trick?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ali did a great chase there, by the way, out to the boundary, and he did put his foot on the ball, right on the boundary, but he's given it away. Sanawa running in. Another full ball. I think those balls are a little bit too full. Probably aren't the right ball on this pitch. I think you want to be sort of honing in around top of off and waiting for the natural deviation off the pitch. You know, Sanawa can move the ball both ways, but he's coming in that low trajectory. He gets nice and low in the crease, and it can skid on. Oh, going down the left side. It's a good shout from Sanawa. A normal umpire would have given that, but not Rob.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was going maybe down leg there.
Have you seen Rob give an LBW this season?
I don't think I have.
No. Not to worry about that.
There is an opinion that LBWs ruin the game.
In a lot of ways they do ruin the game. But not for me. I take heaps.
I say that as a person with big legs. Big legs, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you had the opportunity recently to buy a bigger bat, did you not?
Well, do you know what? People talk about bigger bats, and then when it comes down to it, they say it's not really that possible. You know what I mean? That the bat might not stand up to what I would do to it. You know what I mean? And because I was after a little bit of a longer handle, you know.
Are you familiar with a bat called the mongoose?
I've heard of the bat called the mongoose, yes. I've looked it up on the internet, and
it's basically just one big long handle with a little paddle on the end.
It did look like a paddle.
Yeah. It may suit your style of batting quite well.
I think so.
Yeah, if you can get your hands on one. There might be a second-hand one rolling around on eBay somewhere. But, it's safe to say that your batting style isn't going to be the same as everybody else's.
Right.
Simply because you're physically gigantic. And so perhaps, you should look at changing the way you play the game and perhaps, get those big levers out and use them as God intended to paddle the ball.
And again, in cricket, probably more than other sports, doing something different often brings results, doesn't it? Like bowling a little bit different can really upset batters, we call them now, don't we? Batters. And
Bats people.
Until
people figure you out, yes, but I don't think we play anyone nearly enough times on a regular basis for anyone to sort of get the handle on that. I kind of feel like if you got yourself a mongoose and gave it the welly, I think you'd be good for 2 or 3 boundaries before they finally found their way under your bat. So, that'd be a new high score, wouldn't it?
It would.
See, it's worth a go. That's a good little single running with the shot. Good thinking from Sanawa. He had a shy at the keeper's end. Steve was running hard at the bowler's end, but no, he had a shy at the keeper's end. Good thinking.
So, again, another viewer has written in and said, Brian, often I'm confused as to where I should throw the ball back to. How are you supposed to know so you go out, you feel the ball, you got the ball in your hand, what do you do next?
Pray. That was a pretty good shout too.
Which end?
It's a judgment thing, 9 out of 10 times you are going to throw it to the keeper. He's got the gloves on, you don't want to be breaking fingers. But, it's a judgment thing. You should be able to tell just by looking which player is the big, slow, fat one, or indeed which one has the furthest distance to travel. Well, and give you the best chance of making a run out.
The trouble is that I'm very prone to overthinking it, right? Mm-hmm. And therefore, if you ask me to stop and think about things, then you get the worst of all possibilities, which is freezing, right? As opposed to, if I'm in a position and I'm just like, right, just always, by default, get it back to the keeper, 9 times out of 10 you'll be doing the right thing, then that might yield better results. You see what I'm saying?
It may do. Depends if you got your cannon going. It looks like we're going to have a spinner come on here. Mike has run to the sidelines. He's getting the helmet on.
Yeah, he looks nervous, doesn't he?
Only because he's just had all that new dental work done.
Oh, yeah. There is that.
So Joel Cooper is going to be bowling from the end that I won't call the murder end. And he's taken the hat off, given it to Rob. Now, Joel bowls some pretty quick leggies.
It's like an angry spin, isn't it?
It is an angry spin. But I wonder, with the nature of the pitch today and the amount of moisture in the deck, whether or not the ball just might turn damp. So I think he'll get a couple to skid on. And I think there's a very good chance he'll get a couple to turn damp. They're just adjusting the field. They're taking the slip out. I don't think that's the right approach. I think if you've got a leg spinner bowling on Sunday cricket, you want to keep a slip in. So, I don't quite agree with the... Hey, Sophia, I'm good, mate. So I don't quite agree with this. They've gone for a short, fine leg instead. I just don't think that's the right approach. So it's a big old dirty ball down the leg side. Looks like Brian's gone for a walk. He's handed the gear over to Sophia.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do anything now.
Sophia, you're a leg spinner. We'll get your expert opinion on this. They've taken the slip out for the leg spinner. Do you think that's the right thing to do?
No.
Yeah, right?
It's not right. And because I think the captain might have viewed that whenever this guy bowls, the first 2 overs are very short balls.
It's true that his first 2 overs can be a little bit on the left side.
The first one.
Yeah.
He's such type of bowler, the leggy that he turns the ball. Not like me. I drift inside, but Joel always turns the ball quickly. But it needs like 2-3 hours to get rhythm.
Yeah, he does need to find his rhythm. He's had issues before with his run up and his release point, but he does take a lot of energy, a lot of pace into the crease. I do think that Shaquille's set a reasonably conservative field here, though. We've got 2 men back on the leg side. That's a better ball from Joel.
And that was the good ball. I think they have 5 pacers and only 1 lucky spin bowler in their side. That's why he gets bowling.
Have you had a look at the pitch today? Do you think it's going to turn damp?
Yeah, second inning always the pitch is a bit dry, especially this type of surface. Have you seen that ball? It needs rhythm again. What I was surprised in Joel's bowling, have you seen his run up? 16 feet.
Yeah, it's the longest run up you'll ever see from a spin bowler. It's absolutely the truth, and confusing for many opposition players.
Yeah,
batsmen there having a good chat.
He looks like they're confused. Maybe some 2-3 quick balls in an over.
I think this is why I would have a first slip, just a standard first slip. Although that's a wonky old ball down the leg side.
That's white ball. Come on, Rob.
Rob doing your team no favours, Sophia. He's not calling that wide. The game continues. I think he's just worried about the light and wants the game to finish on time.
Joel always neat.
Just trying to get a read on the score here. Looks like we're 80 for 3 after 19 overs. 1 more over to go before drinks. Who's going to bowl it? It looks like Toby. Toby coming on from the toilet end.
But he has given the shot that's drink time in the previous over, but they didn't take any, I think.
It's be interesting to see Toby coming into the crease. I believe this is the first time he's bowled for Brockley this season.
Is it?
Yeah, Toby's usually off playing celebrity games, playing with his celebrity friends, and special matches involving various actors, comedians, thespians, whatever you want. Oh yeah, that's what he does. Organises these games. So that's usually why he's unavailable for us. He's too busy hobnobbing.
When and where does?
When does he play? Oh, you want to play in one of the celebrity games? You have to talk to Toby at half time, I think. So Toby's going to come through the gate here. And he's on the money.
Nice toss that ball. First ball and wicket gone.
That is a stone cold shocker. Toby is over the moon. Steve has just scooped that up to Shaquille, standing it but off, didn't have to move. Nice, safe catch, and Steve is on his way. Very legitimate dismissal on this occasion.
Nicely toasted corn given by Toby and eaten by Shaquille.
Yeah. I mean,
it's toasted delivery.
He really did toss it up, and I think Steve probably thought all his Christmases had come at once, but he just didn't get enough of it.
That's Steve's second inning.
He's done all right. He's got some runs on the board. Try and force up that average. I think he's out for 26. Michael Gordon is still at the crease on 5. And he'll be joined now by Jake Newcomen. Bass. Wind getting up a little bit down here at the ground once again.
It's my first match in October so far. In my first match in October.
Yeah.
I'm playing so far in my life.
First time? First time for everything.
First time, yeah. In England. Definitely back home. Nice weather. Especially in winter, you can play more. Not in summer. It's too hot there. In summer, highest temperature probably where I live would be 45 to 50.
No,
it's not easy to play in summer.
No, you don't want to be playing in those kinds of conditions. I actually I spent a year living in Qatar.
Yeah.
And we found a really basic cricket set down at the local Target or whatever the big shop was called. You know, piecemeal bat made out of pine. Some tennis balls. And
it's tennis ball cricket.
Yeah, it was some rough stuff, and we went out and we just found a little bit of grass to play on. Little do we know that it costs like $1 million to keep that grass growing in the middle of the desert, and we're churning up this $1 million patch of grass. Toby running in now.
Another
huge donkey dropping out of the sky. I can see why that's
always
very, very difficult to play. Jake insinuating that he's going to run off the park after scoring a single.
Let's Mike, how does he cope with that type of bowling?
I mean, as a keeper, what can you do? You just kind of have to keep your eye on the ball. As a batsman, what do? You've got to stay low, keep your eye on the ball. Here it is, it's coming out of the sky. Bloody hell, that is so hard to hit. He's dropping it on the spot too.
Yeah, in Dubai, I went there like 3-4 times in Gulf areas, and I have seen a lot of tennis ball cricket there.
Yeah, no, it's quite a bit, but I can tell you what, we could pretty much only really play outside for about 3 months of the year, because the rest of the time it was over 40 degrees, and it was just horrendous. It was so hot.
Even I went there for New Year fireworks. We're watching the New Year fireworks in Dubai, and even in that time in December, in January, it was too hot.
Yeah, and that's winter.
Yeah, that's their winter. But now I have seen that lot of global warming is there and lot of change of weather in Gulf. I have seen some sort of, in some hilly areas there was like almost snow type of stuff.
Well, they get those extreme weather events, don't they? I mean, there were a number of times when I was living in Qatar, and it would belt down with rain, and the whole place would flood because they don't have any of the drainage, because it never rains. Yeah. So there's no, there's no sewer system or anything. By the way, that last ball, Toby, well down the leg side. Jake just helped it on its way down to fine leg for 4. Yeah. Oh, was that a little bit of a reverse ball? Little reverse paddle from Jake. Well, you've got to say from Shaquille that's some very clever captaincy to remove Steve right before the drinks break.
Yeah.
I mean, I say right before the drinks break. It doesn't look like they're acting like it's the drinks break.
They don't want to have it, I think.
I'm thirsty. I could use a drinks break. I haven't had any breakfast.
Yeah, in Gulf area, because there is no rain, so they don't have any good drainage system there, so a lot of floods have seen on the chair.
Yeah, the hand signals aren't quite working there, but Joel continuing well down the leg side. This is surely a wide, and Rob's having a good look, but he's not calling it.
Yeah, from the Joel you can be surprised anytime. He can bowl any good delivery at any time to get the wicket.
Yeah, he really does have what we would call in New Zealand a tin arm, which means that you can bowl a mixed bag of lollies and come out with the sweets.
I had suggested him to reduce his run-up, but
he spent the last 2 years extending his run-up. Here we go, bailing into the crease now. Oh, see, that was a much better ball around the right areas, but Mike's been able to work it away. If that didn't bounce, though, big trouble for the batsman. He's going to have to watch that. This will be an interesting matchup. Joel and Jake would have spent quite a lot of time training together down at the Southwark Nets, so they would have seen quite a lot of each other's game.
To be a leg spinner, you have to have nets probably once a week.
Keep that rhythm going, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's squirted out there, and Mike Gordon calling Jake through for a single, which he didn't seem to want. But it goes through. That's a run off the bat, gesturing there at the other batsman. Other batsman, of course, not looking at all.
It's not an easy art to bowl leg spin.
Certainly not. I did it for many years. Had some good times, had some bad times. Finally a wide given down the leg side by Rob.
Especially it's not easy because if you bowl bad deliveries you have to face many type of criticism from your teammates, as I have seen in my life.
Yeah, I mean a lot of them like to remind me that I'm ugly, that sort of stuff. Really unattractive, I'll never get a girlfriend. They're always saying stuff, aren't they? The old teammates, just reminding you that maybe you're not up to it as a player or a human being. Just keep you on your toes.
I remember when I started bowling leg spinner, 2-3 good deliveries, rest of them full toss, full pitch, or sometime wides. And my teammates used to say, "Look, other team spinners, and what are you doing here?" Two harsh comments used to be there.
Rob giving another wide down the leg side. That ball, of course, in line with probably 5 or 6 that have gone down there. He's finally decided that that's where he'll wide it. Fire it down. That's a much better ball from Joel.
Even that was on the leg stump. You can sweep that ball easily, but the batsman didn't decide it.
No, it looked like the ball might have just gripped ever so much out of the pitch there.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of turn.
Yeah, there is. He's breaking the ball just with his wrist. There is no much help for the fast bowlers. Only there is not a bounce. The ball is staying low.
Yeah, it's definitely spongy.
So today's fully spinner.
Here comes Toby with the donkey drops. Oh, he's tried to give it the welly, but there's no pace to work with. Batsman decided to run through.
Come on, Ali.
So Ali's tried to throw the stumps down at the bowler's end.
That one was too easy. It took him easy.
Yeah, no attempt by the bowler to take the ball and take the bails off. He would have been gone by a country mile. Never mind. Jake facing up now to the donkey drops. Oh, that's some tempting stuff from Toby, it really is. Jake's got plenty on that, running through the offside, running out towards the boundary.
That is boundary.
Just trickling over the cover boundary. Good hit there from Jake.
Jake was when sitting outside in the dugout and was saying that I don't want to face any of the pacers. I want spinners, and he's lucky there.
Yeah, I think that's often been the case with Jake. He'll get out to the pacer in the next over. They'll bring the spinners on. he's often complaining about it on the side of the boundary. So that's another huge donkey drop from Toby. I think it's just rolled off the pad into the leg side, and Mike has done the fielding at short fine leg. I mean, this isn't easy bowling to face, is it?
And it's not an easy art to bowl like that. You need a lot of practice to toss up the ball. And he's doing right on the spot.
Yeah, he's dropping it time and again, right on the spot. So Jake's come hurtling down. Jake has come running well down the pitch. Ali has thrown it to the keeper's end. Mike has taken the bails off. Looks like Jake was well out, but Rob hasn't given him. And we will continue.
The batsman on the strike, he had seen the last run. That's why he stopped there. He didn't decide to.
Looks like the calling between these two batsmen is unwaveringly poor.
Yeah.
I think the chances of a run out here are extremely likely. Now Jake, he's tempted there to swing round and give it a go batting left-handed. If he stays in for any period of time facing Toby, you might actually try that on.
Toby.
Huge donkey drop. Big swing of the bat from Jake. Looks like it came off the toe. Runs away into the leg side. James Gunner fielding there. One bounce back into Mike Wood. Just a single.
I think this type of bowling, you can use your foot to get on the pitch of the ball, and you can play easy shots if you want to.
Yes, you've got to time it right though, don't you?
Yeah, enough time.
Oh, that's a flatter trajectory from Toby.
See, look, if you are on back foots on this type of ball, you don't know that way it's gonna pitch, and sometimes it skids. You could be in problem.
I mean, it's extremely difficult to get on the front foot. I mean, to play on this pitch on the back foot.
Yeah.
But to get on the front foot to Toby when he's dropping those donkeys out of the air.
And especially on this type of bowling.
Yeah, that's a hell of a challenge.
Yeah. I got out on one time on this type of bowling. It's not easy to play. Joel. Next leggy.
Yeah, persevering. I mean, he's not going for too many runs, is he? I mean, he's fired a couple down the leg side. But, yeah.
How many hours gone? I think that's 22 hours and 97 runs. Not bad. 13 more hours to go. They managed to get 200 runs. It would be very good total on this pitch.
I mean, the last time we had an interclub game, I think it was 200 versus 200. It was a very close game. Oh, he's given that a bit more air.
And they are little slow between these two spinners. Not smashing them, even on the full tosses.
I think
the ball.
I mean, Jake playing a little cat and mouse there with Mike Wood, pretending to kick the ball away.
Yeah.
Take off for a run.
Yeah.
No appeal from the fielding side, of course. And Jake faces up again. I don't think we're too far away from him trying to belt one. No, it just tries to once again work it off the legs. Good take there from Mike down the leg side. I think Jake, he'll be starting to feel this. I think he'll be starting to feel a little fizz in the arms. I think if Joel tosses it up, I think he's going to try to get the hammer out, try to belt it on the leg side.
Yeah. Smash it.
Well, here's the full toss. Well outside the stump and it's run away.
Yes, it is. That's a no ball. Called by the leg umpire. Wasn't no ball, I think, in my idea, because you're spinner and the ball is dipping down.
Yeah, I didn't think that was necessarily a no ball, but it was certainly terrible.
And poor umpire. Outside out stump as well.
That's a bit of ball from Joel. Pushing it in, hitting Jake in the pads, running away into the offside.
No free hit given by the umpire.
I think this is the last ball of the over. It's a bit of ball. Jake made a meal of it. It's almost rolled back onto the stumps.
What I have seen in Brockley CC, Mikey is so far a good keeper, wicket keeper.
Yeah, we're a little bit blessed in Brockley. We've got quite a few good keepers going around the traps. We're certainly not short of them.
Well, Mikey is the best one, I think.
Yeah, he is. It's like he was raised keeping. That's a good shot from Jake through the offside, running out towards the point boundary. Toby doing the fielding out there on the boundary. Jake making the dive in at the keeper's end, and that is a 2 to end the over.
I think Shakil is doing good captaincy. He kept Ali's 3 overs for me. He knows that I'm gonna bat next.
Are you looking for a quick fire 50?
Yes, I am. If they while playing LMS, I'm used to it.
So it looks like we're currently on 104 for 4.
In 23 hours, I think.
Yeah, Jake's managed to put together a decent little cluster of runs here. He's on 17 from 16 balls with 3 boundaries. Mike Gordon's looks solid at the crease, but he's on 8 from 26. You want to be wary there not to run out of balls and chew up too much time when the likes of yourself are waiting in the wings to come out and smoke a 50. Oh, they are putting so many men back on the leg side now. We have a deep square, a deep mid-wicket, a sort of a wide long on. There's that big donkey drop, big swing of the bat.
Hey, misfield, come on Ali!
It's gone straight through Ali. I've seen...
it's too quick for you, mate.
I've seen roller doors that have done better fielding than that. Never mind. Good hit through long on. Now pushing Ali back to long on. Only the one man in the ring on the leg side. That is James Gunner there at a sort of a short mid wicket. There's only 4 men on the offside. They're all pretty close. And that's fielded by Shakil at mid off. The ball forced by Mike Gordon there. Just through to mid off. Didn't really get all of it.
An offside, all 3 means any miss hit.
So he has really thrown that up. Jake has come down, got that on the half volley, but not off the meat of the bat, just off the toe. It's run away to Shakil at mid off.
Mr. Adnan is ready to bat. He's waiting for his turn.
Oh, so much air. Once again, the batsman, the eyes light up. Toby, stealthy. I can't believe he hasn't had more overs this season. This is some wonderful bowling. Oh, it looks like...
Willie wants sweetie.
Looks like it might be your turn to get some throwdowns, Sophia. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
He's in. Look at that.
Bit of change in commentary here at the toilet end now.
It's very hot and sweaty microphones. Been double jabbed. We're okay.
So I'm being joined now at the toilet end by Mark Bulmer.
Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Good afternoon. And what can you tell me, Mark? You would have played with Toby before.
Yes.
What can you tell me about his style of bowling?
Posh, that's it. No quality whatsoever, other than being super posh. Great pedigree. Comes from a line of racing drivers, you know.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. I believe his father was some type of Formula 1 racing driver or something like that back in the day. Back in 1903 when they ran on steam. But yeah, Toby is pretty awkward, chucks it up. It's always going to be difficult on a pitch like today, and the wicket was no surprise to me. Absolutely none.
And given the weather we've had this past week?
Well, it's interesting you say that, Jez, because when I see the weather yesterday and I see the conditions of the pitch and I see the outfield, it just completely reaffirms my view that no one in this club has got any idea. And there's a wicket, Shaks has taken another one.
That's a good running catch by Shakil.
And out goes Mikey. Just step back there and hit it towards cover in the air. Yeah, it just reaffirms that nobody in this club has any idea about cricket, because we shouldn't be playing today. We shouldn't be playing on this outfield. We shouldn't be playing on this strip. But 21 people said, yes, we want to play. And I'm like, I just said to the groundsman, I said, thank you very much. This is the first game I've ever played in October, inside or out.
Yeah.
But there we go. It's just another one gone by there. But yeah, it's great to get everybody out, right? And you won't believe me, Jez, when I say that they're already talking about playing next week. They're already talking about playing next week.
But that's no chance.
Well, this is a point, you see, and the groundsman saying, yeah, we can probably do it, which then also reaffirms my point that the groundsman has no idea how to prepare cricket swing. well, as grateful as we are for playing here.
when Brian was on commentary with me earlier today, he did mention the tyre tracks across the middle of the pitch. Yeah, so created by the groundsman himself, according to Brian.
Well, he's got to park his lawnmower somewhere when he drives across. And there we go, nice 4 runs by Safir straight through the covers again.
I think we might have preempted that last wicket by handing off to Safir and having him drop off commentary, pick up his bat and walk straight out into the middle.
There he goes. It was always on the cards, bat aloft.
Well, he's just been talking about how he's going to score a quick 50, and if you hit your first ball for 4 through the covers, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah. Let's see. What's your reckoning? Do you think this is going to happen?
Well, he wouldn't be happy getting out to another leg spinner.
Joe's got a peculiar action as well, isn't it? I mean, it's. I'm surprised how he manages to keep it straight, running in that fast with that sort of leg spin action out the back of the hand every time. I mean, it's quite skillful, right?
When he's on form, he's an incredibly difficult bowler to face, and he has caused many batsmen some consternation over the last couple of seasons that he's been playing with Brockley. But he is a little bit susceptible to the yips, and it doesn't always come out great.
Do you think that if he gave up leg spin and tried off spin, he could be a far better bowler?
No, I don't think so. I think he'd get caught in 2 minds between the 2 actions. Yeah, I think because he gets very front on when he bowls those leggies. So if he's doing the same thing bowling offies, I'm not so sure that it would.
Oh, that was well bowled though, Jez. I give him that. I mean, that pitched outside leg stump came in, looked like it was hitting middle. It's always a difficult position to play.
No, he's
Info bulletin for you that just as soon as Billy has taken over the mic, the listenership has trebled.
To 3. My followers have joined. It's good to know. Thank you. That's Brian, the statistician.
There's no question in my mind that you're the most talented commentator in the club, Bully. So I'm more than happy to share the mic with you this afternoon.
It's very sweet of you, Jez.
Yeah,
I've always got lots to say. You know that.
I tell you what, when Surrey are looking for their next duo on the microphone, I'll be putting together the Skype tape of the 2 of us here sitting in the sun. But don't think I won't be chucking up the rate card as well.
There was at one time there was this fan zone thing, wasn't there? I don't know if it was cricket or if it's football, where they'd let people commentate a match on Sky. Just 2 people would comment, and obviously it was just ludicrous, absolutely ridiculous, right? But there could be something out there. There must be a second team game that we could commentate against that no one's listening to. Second team minor counties game, sort of Suffolk versus Shropshire, something like that.
And the way I see it, Billy, we've got all of the equipment here. I think we just show up and commentate whatever we feel like. I don't think it necessarily has to be cricket either. I think Carl Band giving us away.
Your connections, you must have a press badge or something, right?
I do.
So you must be able to get a second press badge or something, right?
Possibly.
And then you and I could literally just, waltz up to the oval, throw the cab up at the members' end or whatever it is at the pavilion end, and see how we get on.
I think we do just fine.
There was that thing about people in high vis; they always sort of demand some type of authority, don't they? As soon as you see someone in high vis, you think that's definitely something important. That's how they stole that diamond, wasn't it? In the O2, they were all dressed in high vis, and nobody stopped them. Although they've been surveilling them for surveillance for about 3 months beforehand.
But there's one thing people in high vis are afraid of, though. It's people with lanyards.
Yeah.
So if you and I were to get ourselves some lanyards, we'd pretty much be unstoppable.
High vis and lanyards. And then maybe the Brockley outfit. If we dress the part as well. And I'm not sure what you're wearing today.
I came from the rugby league.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we could wear that there, but we must be able to find something. Anyway, back to the game.
It's still happening.
Shax is bowling nicely. Shax, that was a big shot. He kept low, he's giving him.
That's going down leg side.
Brilliant. Another great way for an umpire to describe a not out by pointing directly at the batsman.
Oh, goodness. Earlier today, Sophia had a shout, and while he was umpiring, decided just to take his hand out of his coat to air it off. And goodness me, that's a beautiful shot. Very nice shot from Sophia through the covers, and that's going to run away.
It is, and do you know what? I think they got the boundary absolutely right today. It looked short, but I mean that hardly fired past it, did it?
No, they've definitely shortened the boundary. Now, Bully, you played the last interclub game, didn't you?
I don't think so. Last year, no. I don't think
this
so.
year.
This year, no, I don't think.
No,
so.
You didn't play.
I don't think so.
So, did you see the Trevon Testimonial Shield?
I don't think I have. No.
Well, that's the trophy that the two teams play for when we play each other.
Ah, okay.
And
he made quite an impact, Trevon, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
For a guy that was only here for like a dozen games in 1 year.
Yeah.
It's like. He's the man.
We all miss him so much.
I hope he's listening to us. On a warm beach somewhere while we're sat here.
Well, if you haven't seen the shield, it's actually trophy shaped and has a diamond in the centre of it.
Wow.
Which Trevon mined himself in the mines of Guyana. And we're very fortunate to have such a valuable trophy in the club. But unfortunately...
You're sure it's a diamond?
Yeah,
okay.
Legitimately. And so... What happened the last game, two guys not playing here today, Mikey and Joe, they were the captains last time round. Joe, very happy to win the trophy. Elated to win the trophy. But not here today and not bothering to show up and the trophy.
And it's unfortunate, I don't know if Joe's listening, but he's also suffering, isn't he, at home at the moment from pandemic.
Is he?
Yeah, well, he's got himself a girlfriend, and since then he hasn't played cricket at all.
You know,
I know.
I kind of feel like he's got the trophy and he's done a runner. And any mention of illness or girlfriend is just a ruse.
I could just imagine walking into a shop in Hatton Garden, seeing if he can get it valued.
Yeah.
See what people are saying.
Well, I thought we could follow up on that, so let's give him a call.
Oh yeah, let's see if he's there. What's the chance he's going to answer?
What's the chance he's at the airport?
He's going. I can't answer that.
I refuse to believe that he's either at work or mid-quarters.
Well, I can see he's in the middle of a performance on his own day, or whatever it is that he plays. Double pursuit, shot off the back foot, crashed over mid-off. Very unusual shot by Jake there.
Yeah, but he's got all that power in the upper body, so he's just picked it up and hoofed it over the offside. It's run away to the covers. Sunaway chased it out to the boundary. He never really had a chance. Ball just ran away. And he's pretty happy about it.
Jez, have you ever played cricket in these type of conditions?
I've played cricket in sub-zero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Tell us about that.
I spent 2.5 years living in Dunedin, which is at the bottom of New Zealand, at the bottom of the world.
Okay.
And it can get very, very cold when you're that close to Antarctica, if the wind changes. And we play cricket in sub-zero conditions. We're on the frozen ground, no less. So the ground frozen solid.
Okay.
The pitch, by the way, in those conditions, quite coarse.
I can imagine.
Quite coarse on the floor. And another thing is sure.
Oh, he's taken.
Oh no, that's dropped in front. The gunner's put it down. I mean, that was a very difficult catch. It was a very, very difficult catch to try and take. And it looks like Jake's just running over to say thanks very much.
Any penguins? Any penguins at that part of the?
Yes, we have lots of different penguins in New Zealand.
Rockhoppers. Emperors, and I'm running out of names after that. Club penguins.
We have a species which is very similar to rockhoppers.
Oh, he's taken a slip.
That's a great catch.
Yes, look at it. It's as if he's caught out Tendulkar. But no, he's just got Jake.
I'm not so sure that you would have seen that on camera, but there was a wonderful little handspring from Joel at first slip. As that went straight into the buckets, and yes, he's celebrating that.
Here comes the first order change. Sacrificed my wicket today for Mo, because he was sulking that he was batting number 10. which I think is an honour to bat number 10, not number 11. So I said, go up to number 8 then, Mo. I think he'll be good support with Safir here. Mo also says he's going to get his first 50 in 22 balls today.
That'd be a good effort. Jake's pretty happy with that. With his 22, he's coming off.
Doesn't realise he's off camera now.
Yeah.
What is this sheath over the camera today?
You'll have to ask the guy who sheathed the camera.
Yeah. Oh, so technician's walked off there. He's not happy with that comment.
No, I don't know what's happened there. He's dropped down the scoring phone and walked off. Are we supposed to be scoring the game now?
I can't imagine so. Oh no, he's come over to join, wants to listen to it. Wendy Wimbush. It's a famous scorer. The famous English scorer is Wendy Wimbush. Before your time, Jez. But she was always the lady on Test Match Special and BBC. Just sit straight there. We can't see anything. That's perfect. And a little nudge through to point.
It looks like he's going to try to unsheath the camera.
As he realises we've just been filming a plastic bag for the last 2 hours.
Oh, really? Oh. That's my fault. You know, I haven't upgraded the gear to have a monitor sitting next to us. I think we'd be looking at that.
Will any monitor do? Any monitor? I suppose you've got to power it there, haven't you?
Yeah, power's the issue.
So we need... What about an iPad? Can it connect to an iPad? Or I suppose only if you...
It'd be on delay. Connor's having a wee fiddle there, trying to... Yeah.
Jez, how did your podcast go this week? I didn't manage to pick it up. What was the subject of Jez's famous cricketing moments in this week's podcast? What was the episode on?
I was reliving some of the greatest hits.
Okay.
Ordering the trophies for the for the end of year AGM and prize giving. I may or may not have put my name on some of them, but it's I mean, I feel like I earned it.
Just put all of them. I think it's a right pick. Yeah, so the AGM is coming up. I think was it the 28th, was it, or something, of October?
23rd, maybe?
23rd, is it? Is that a Saturday?
I believe it is a Saturday.
Unusual day to conduct business, don't you think, a Saturday?
It is.
I would think it'd be far more like, maybe it's just the way I conduct business, a fat boys lunch somewhere in the city on a Thursday afternoon and right off Friday.
I mean, you'd probably find that within this club there's a very wide range of vocations and hours worked. I don't think we all get to have fat boy lunch, that's for sure.
Not since lockdown.
I mean, wonderful shot.
He bottled it again, just dropped short there of extra cover, I would say.
Just off the toe of the bat, and it probably saved him. If it come off the middle, I think it was straight down. Is it Advaith's throat out there? Sort of a 2/3 cover. Shaquille's just bringing him in. Shaquille bowling off spin today instead of seam up, is it?
I think so. I mean, he's coming off how many paces would you say there? 4 or 5 paces?
4 or 5 paces.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I can't get much better than that.
Well, that was seam up. That ball was seam up. But I've certainly thought before he was rolling the fingers over it and bowling some offies. But yeah, when I think about the lineup at this club of the 72 players,
is that what we've got?
Yeah, that's what we've got this season. I think you're the only corporate one that I can think of.
What are you talking about? We've got lawyers, we've got people working at Goldman Sachs.
No.
Yes, we've got all sorts. We've got doctors.
Yeah,
I suppose they're not very corporate.
Well, they don't get to wear a tie.
Harley Street. I don't wear a tie.
I assume you have to wear a tie on occasion.
Never.
You never wear a tie?
Never. Not once. In fact, I never wear a jacket. I never wear a suit.
Do you wear pants, by the way?
Pants?
Yeah.
The English pants, as in knickers.
No, you take that however you like. Your interpretation's open to you.
My dress code is jeans, trainers and T-shirt every day of the week.
Now, when you say T-shirt, is it a cut-off?
I've got a load of fake stuff from China that I quite often wear, and you can imagine the surprises when a 50-year-old guy is walking around with a Thrasher skateboard T-shirt on in my offices, but they seem to like it. I'm down with the kids, this sort of stuff, right?
You aren't down with the kids.
But yeah, there's no dress code, luckily, in this firm. Where was I worked before? There certainly was in the firm before. But yeah. Jez, did you manage to get through to Joe? Probably not.
I just sent him a very abusive text, so hopefully we hear back from him soon. That's a good area. Is that Advaith bowling from the far end?
Yeah, things are slowing up a bit now. So we got to 50 in the first 10 overs. Second 10 overs, I think we only scored about 30. I'm not sure where we are now. Can't even see the scoreboard. We can only have maybe 10 overs or so left, have we?
I mean, I'm not even 100% on the number of overs that are being played.
35 apparently. I suggested a maximum of 3 per bowler today, which would only have given 33.
Yeah.
A maximum of 4 per bowler then. But I think
enforcing the keepers to bowl, I think that's fair. I think that would have been a very good game.
That's a great leveller, isn't it?
It is.
But as we know, Rob, our leader, our visionary, has he's already told us that he will not bowl today, which we all know is absolute rubbish.
That is the biggest lie.
In fact, I think Jake was giving me some information that Rob has bowled 50 more overs than the next nearest bowler to him.
Yes, he has. He's bowled a considerable number of overs. But, he's at the top of the wicket tree, and I don't see him getting knocked off. In fact, he must be feeling pretty confident about it if he's not going to have a bowl today. He must think that trophy's in the bag.
As it has been every year, every time he moves clubs so that he can win the bowling trophy. I'm surprised he's taken on so many bowlers. I suppose when you're captain you can control it though, can't you?
That is a wonderful shot from Sophia through point, all the way to the boundary. Plenty on that.
Yep.
Shaquille himself having to chase that one into the trees, retrieve the ball, gives everyone a little bit of a rest to enjoy this fragment of sunshine, the last we'll see before March.
If we're lucky in March. Do you think Shaq's played a psychological game there by skipping drinks?
It's interesting. It was an interesting choice. I mean, I certainly could have used a drink. So I really felt that one.
You know, it's like in a rugby match, isn't it? When the opposition come and line up before the other team's out. It's a bit like, here we are. We're being aggressive. Shaq's no drinks for us today. Oh, he's played that well. That must have gone. Is it all the way? Just dropped inside for 4.
Yeah.
Poor shot there.
So that was a bit of a long hop, just on the hip, and Sophia had all the time in the world to turn the wrists and buck that through the leg side. Almost went for 6. Landed just inside the rope.
Holy smoke! Did you see her throw? That throw.
That was a wonderful throw. Who's out there? Is that Carl? Carl Bandy has thrown that into the bowler on the full from well beyond the boundary.
It's a huge throw.
That's a big throw. God, do you remember being young?
I still am young in my mind, forever young. But even when I was young, I couldn't throw it that far. Couldn't throw. I've never been able to throw it. In fact, has he got him? He's taken him, and Sophia's out, and at that, I have to go and put some pads on.
Well, it's been lovely talking today, Mark Bulmer.
We'll be back later, I'm sure. Mary, it's over to you.
It really isn't. You're not to touch the microphone. So, big safe pair of hands from James Gunner down at long on. Sophia got that well out of the middle of the bat. And it carried all the way down there. But James taking that one right up on the shoulder. Good high catch. Well taken. Coming at a fair rate of knots with the wind behind it as well. And that's Sophia returning to the dugout. There's a good quick 20 runs. Just having a wee look at some of the stats. Let us run through the scorecard quickly. Nabil Yassin with 37, Rob Miller with a glacial 2. Steve Wheel, after being dismissed early with the ball rolling back onto his stumps, has returned to the crease to post 26 before he was eventually caught. Connor was caught and bowled by Sanawa for 5. Michael Gordon made a fairly astute 14 before also finding Shaquille running around to make a really good catch in the covers. Jake Newcomen managed to get a few out of the middle of the bat to make 22, and the same for Sophia Hussain, scoring 20, also hitting 4 boundaries. So we now have 2 men at the crease who have no runs on the board, starting again, and Shaquille has brought the field right in. That is a good probing delivery outside the off stump. So if we just have a quick look around the field, there's a first slip, a third slip, a gully, a point, a man in the covers, and the man at a very close mid-off. Another good probing delivery from Shaquille there. We have a man very close mid-on. I mean, it's arguably almost a silly mid-on. Sanawa standing at mid-wicket, and Paul Frater down at fine leg. He's been banished to fine leg today. I wonder if he's done something wrong. And the ball is straight to him off the face of the bat, just turned around the corner. Paul picking it up, throwing it into the keeper. Mike Wood just short of topping the catches for the season. In fact, it's a tight four-way race at the top, if I'm not too much mistaken. Will Dunphy at the top before to start of today's play. Ooh, a very, very straight long on here. Very right behind the bowler's arm. So Will Dunphy was at the top with 11. Mike was right behind him with 10. Then I believe we had Sanawa and Shaquille behind him with 9 each. But he's saying that came off the leg. That sounded like it came right off the willow. So that would have put Mike into a tie at the top of the table if that had been given, but never mind. So I believe Shaquille currently sitting on 11. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Cleaned him up. Good night, nurse. Back you go. So, going back to the top of the table in terms of catching, Shaquille, I believe, now tied at the top on 11 with Will Dunphy. Right behind them, Mike Wood on 10. And Sanawa, with his caught and bowled, also on 10. So, very, very tight at the top in terms of the fielding trophy. And it'll be interesting to see how the end of this innings plays out, because it will it will decide who gets that trophy at the end of the year. Easier, of course, to have that conversation. You've got somebody to talk to, but never mind. So, a little bit of indecision out there, but it looks like they've decided that is the end of the over. So Adnan Injaz tried to give a little bit of welly coming into the end of the innings. Out for a duck, bowled by Shaquille. And Bully's going to make his way out to the middle. Brand new bat this year, Mark Bulmer, and it's hardly seen any action whatsoever. I hate to say it, but they're the best grains in any bat that I've seen this year. It is a thing of beauty. It is the prettiest bat in the club. I'm sure he would love to score some runs with it. Trying to catch the attention of some of the players in this club to see if someone can come and join me on commentary, but they're extremely busy, the tail, running around after each other, helping each other get their pads on, stealing kit out of the batsmen's bags, giving each other throwdowns. It's good to see. Good camaraderie amongst what is technically today the away team. So Advaith is going to continue from the tower end. Oh, that's good. That's good tactic. Dig it into that spongy pitch and see what happens. And it looks like Mo's on strike down here at the toilet end. Mark down at the far end. Oh, that's a very full ball. But if Rob didn't give the other LBWs today, he's not going to give that one. Being joined on the mic now by Connor.
Hello.
Yeah, g'day. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Yes, g'day to everyone out there. All of our, I think it was 3 viewers when I last checked, including myself, so to the other 2. Hello.
You know, we're huge in Ireland.
Oh, massive. I think, you know, I mean, if my dad's watching whenever I'm playing, that's at least one person.
That is one person.
You know, and there's every chance that him and the dog are there, so that's maybe 1.5. Maybe a sister.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, every week I send the link to my dad, just hoping that he'll get in touch and, you know, give me a call.
Yeah, how many years now has it been since you talked to him? Or he's responded to you?
It's been a while. I mean, how old am I now? 41? So 41 years.
Really?
Yeah. So there's the ball running away through the gully for 4 runs.
Lovely shot.
Good little shot, just using the pace of the bowler there. And they have brought the field in quite considerably in the last few overs. Shaquille attempting to tighten the screws. That's one thing you'd have to say about Shaquille's captaincy today. He has gone about this looking to keep the runs down.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to chase a bucket of runs today, and he hasn't gone after the wickets. He's really just tried to keep it as tight as he possibly can. It's a better ball from Bath, just outside off stump.
Mohammed thinks about it, but manages to pull the bat away just in time.
You think he pulled the bat away just in time?
I think he was thinking about it. That was definitely a cultured leave, in my opinion.
That is generous.
Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about playing centre at your local school panto?
My local school.
That is a mile down the leg side. It's got some bat on it. Help it on the way.
There it is.
Mike Wood, the keeper, has chased it all the way to the boundary. That is some keen keeping.
He's committed.
He is committed.
His hands are cold. He wants to see something in the hands.
He wants to feel that ball in the hands. He wants that fielding trophy, the dismissals trophy, and yet he hasn't been able to snaffle any outside edges, certainly since I stopped playing.
Double check that last one was correct. Cool. Yes, sorry, Jez. Like our listeners, I wasn't listening to what you were saying there. Can you repeat it for me and for everyone at home?
No, I don't think it's worthwhile. Just bigging myself up. Nobody wants to hear that.
I completely understand. Completely.
I feel a bit sorry for Brian batting at number 11 today. Is that because he hasn't worn whites?
No,
just pull it off. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, right, just take it off, yeah.
Sheathing the camera.
It's ready for action.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Mark Bulmer on strike now to Carl Bandy.
He's brought Carl back.
Oh, he really pushed that through.
He did.
One thing I've noticed about Carl's bowling, since he joined the club and since he's got a little bit more match practice under his belt, is that match fitness. So his release point, getting the wrist right behind the ball, I mean, he's added so much in terms of pace in a really short space of time. And it's quite noticeable.
And he definitely has the odd effort ball. So early in the game, I spent a couple of overs fielding that gully, and I got to watch Carl is bowling from nice position, and you could see the sponginess of the field was really popping up. But when he would like to, he could put through the effort ball, and it really skid on nice, a lot more pace, harder to read, just unplayable.
Yeah. Well, not unplayable.
No, but I mean,
if you're a batsman, you could probably play it.
It was Rob facing it, so it was unplayable. You know. Again, that's being generous to Rob.
Yeah.
But it was unplayable.
So, Carl's bowling quite tight here. Just a couple of balls ago, Mark tried to work it into the leg side, came right off the middle of the bat and almost carried to Sunawara at mid-wicket, diving forward, just bounced in front of him. But and then a nice little cut shot again to the fielder. Didn't get any runs away. Again, right at the top of the off stump. Doesn't look like Mo's much interested in the single there.
No.
Looks like Billy was taking a little bit of a wander down the pitch.
I think it is, yeah.
Mo didn't want to know.
I'd say for these two, their best option is probably to try and deal in boundaries.
Deal in boundaries?
Yeah, just deal in boundaries.
I mean, how many overs have we actually got left?
4 to my recollection.
Oh, was that a nick?
Snapped it, but
I think Mike's put that down. No, everyone's looking. Mark's still well out of his crazy.
What did Rob say? Paul wants it. Paul wants it.
There's a huge.
It's all on camera, Carl. Don't worry.
So Mark Bulmer there has nicked off to Mike Wood, who's dropped it. Joel has picked it up at first slip, had a shot at the stumps, missed, and has then hit the stumps at the bowler's end. Mo has not left his crease. Mark has come charging down the pitch, trying to look for a single. The ball has been picked up by, I don't even see
Ali keeps steaming in,
and he's thrown down the stumps at the batsman's end, clearly running Billy out. And Rob,
the umpire was saying no.
Robert squealing, checking his glass. Gets it out.
Everyone. Lovely shot. Lovely shot from Billy. That's the way to respond to after getting clearly out.
The ball has not winded the boundary.
He just stopped dead.
It's not far. It's not far.
The scoring team has signalled 4, and that's good enough for me.
So it's definitely a 2. But yeah, Billy's been run out at the keeper's end, but Rob hasn't given it for some reason, and you do have to wonder what that reason might be. Possibly an exchange of funds or something like that.
Or possibly it's because it's the first weekend of October.
Oh no, it'll be pity. That'll be what it is. Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Goodness gracious heavens me, that was interesting. But yeah, it's interesting to watch an entire team of players appear to run out in the direction of the umpire. Only the umpire to turn and say, no, I don't think so.
I cannot wait to watch that later on.
I think several people already are. They're on YouTube right now. Rewind. Goodness gracious.
Oh.
So they brought James Gunner back into the attack from the tower end. He will get the ball to swing both ways. So there is a chance here for Mike to have a little snaffle. It'll be interesting to see what the batsmen do in these last 3 overs, whether or not they look to get behind it and really give it a swing. I mean, it looks like there's only the one man back in the sheds. Oh, what's that come off?
That looked a bat to me, but seemingly nobody else thought that.
No, I think it's just come off the body, but great take from Mike, saving what was probably going to be 4-leg buys. Yeah, so Brian just waiting in the wings, although admittedly they could send out the cat.
I was going to say that, but there's the 12th man, which we've not talked about.
I mean, she's getting into the cricket gear right now.
Yep, getting padded up.
Yeah, it's one of those cats that likes the smell of old, gross leather. She's into it. So, just down the leg side there from James, not wided by Rob.
He probably owes Shaquille's team some kind of grace, so that's him.
What, for letting him open the batting?
No, for clearly not giving Billy out, even though he was halfway down the wicket.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was... it was cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's village cricket. So, well and truly very full outside the off stump. Mo's had a swish, but he hasn't got anything on it. Yeah, no, Brian waiting in the wings. The last man to come in after this pair. You'd say, I think, that there are few...
Yes, well, the consensus is this is definitely a bowling team. There's, of Shaquille's 11, 6 of them could easily be the opening bowler.
Another horrible big wide outside the off stump. One that Rob has decided to call. Well,
and if they lose a couple of early wickets, they're there for the taking. The middle to lower order would be Carl somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Mahesh somewhere presumably in the middle. Shaquille somewhere in the middle. And if you get to them and get through them, James Gunner's a very competent player, but he's not going to put too much on.
That's a no ball.
Joe will be lower, but will put quite a lot on. So it'll be an interesting second innings.
I mean, are you going to be pushing to have a bowl today?
My arm is in a lot of pain.
Okay.
So.
I mean, pain is like that, isn't it? It's annoying.
Constant and all the time. and I took a nice little early shot to it. So the pitch just completely bamboozled me today with the way it was pitching up.
The way that the bowler bowled the ball in your direction was a bit too much for you.
Well, it was the case of... So I got out to Sonawar. It was a nice straight ball. However, his previous 3 were straight in the exact same position and they stayed low, and this one pitched nearly to my face, and I had no idea what to do with it, so I put it straight into the air.
I think if you watched it on replay, it was more sort of Yorker length as opposed to aimed at your foot.
Really? No, I mean, once it pitched up, and I just poor decision making.
I like that James Gunner's trying to make a game of this here by feeding you guys some extras. Because I think you are short of the mark. I think that'll push you beyond the 150 mark now, but I think 160's got to be it's got to be the minimum.
That's got to be the minimum.
So a couple of overs still to go after this one. I think you guys really need to eke out another 10 runs to really make a game of this.
How many do we have left, overs?
I believe it's 2.
Oh.
But don't quote me on that because I can't read. Yeah.
Carl receiving the ball now. He's going to be presumably being his last over.
Yeah, should be his last over. Charging in from the toilet end. He's going to be charging into Bully. Toby giving him some advice there on his running.
Saying to not do it. Or if you're going to do it, make sure the ball is not in a position where you're going to be clearly caught out.
I think if there was one thing Bully could do to help his game in the off-season, it would be shuttles. So... I'm not going to give him that advice though. Wait for him to listen back to this in his own time.
He's a big man for the off-season. I believe he heads to Lords.
Oh, good shot that.
Stop in the hash.
Not again.
Has he been on out a second time? I would say so.
I think he's actually safe. He's
rising in pain or perhaps jubilation that he's been allowed to stay back in.
I don't think that one was out. I think the last one was out. I don't think that one was out.
Yes.
Mike did a good job there gathering the ball throw coming in from Mahesh at point. Billy's getting no support from Mo in terms of between the wickets.
That's what I said. They both deal in boundaries.
Yeah.
Dots and boundaries.
Yeah. I mean, you say that last over, Billy managed to hit one all the way to the boundary, but not over it. So that's down leg side, big leading edge. It's popped up on the offside, and I think that Toby made a horrible hash of it.
But I think that came off his toe. I didn't think the bat to me.
Oh no, that's he's turned the face. That's come off the back of the bat. It's ballooned in the air to Toby, who's standing at a short cover. It's gone straight in, very catchable, and bubbled out, straight out.
Well, Toby's in the same mindset of James. He's making a game of it.
Yeah. You can't say that Mark hasn't had his chances.
We've all had a few lives today. I was dropped by Sonawar earlier on. Steve was out and was resurrected back to the wicket.
Yes, he was.
Bully clearly out.
3-4 times.
But yet still there.
Yeah.
So he's still scoring runs.
He just charged down the wicket. To pull that ball away.
Yeah.
And I believe he's now off the mark. Oh no, he scored.
No, he's had a few by this point.
And I don't know why the other guys are applauding him over there. It's just a survival thing. Carl charging in. Oh, that's out.
That looked pretty out.
That's out. Has he given it?
He's not.
The umpire's walking away like, it was out.
And to be fair, it was a very half-hearted appeal, so...
Yeah, maybe I can't quite line it up with perfection from this particular vantage point right behind the bowler's arm, but I thought that was dead as a dodo. Never mind.
A little high, but I think it was going to drop in, but it may have been just leg side.
There's no such thing as a little high on this pitch.
Did you see how I got out? Not a little high.
Yeah, it was a Yorker that you spooned up.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Well, I think this will finish up Carl's spell here from the toilet end. He's right to be targeting those pads. I think he's a prime candidate here. I don't think the umpire can turn down another appeal.
Yeah, and most stances, he does show a lot of the... You can see pretty much all 3 stumps.
Yeah.
But it's quite hard to get out. He moves well, he defends well.
I haven't seen him move well today.
Well, he's moved well, and his shoulders and elbows are keeping the bat in the way of the ball.
I see.
I didn't really move as in full body movement.
So he has the ability to articulate the bat using the levers given to him by the by God's graces.
Yes.
So he's doing okay, great. But the running part, perhaps.
No. So there's both legs are tree stump like, and that they won't move.
Yeah, I think the chance of any quick singles in this over are fairly limited. This is, as I understand it, going to be the last over of the innings. It will be interesting to see if Bully has a swing and whether Brian gets a bat.
Yeah, I think it will do.
I wonder what Brian's tactics are if he actually finds himself out in the middle. He can't block out the last over. Have you told him that?
No, but Brian has a quite nice little punch shot that he can produce. So, singles are there, and he can push through it, beat the fielding team and find the rope.
Okay, here's James coming in.
Oh, lovely movement.
Yeah, it's still swinging out there. It's not surprising, really. The ball will be chock full of moisture. I suppose the advantage for the team batting second is that the outfield will have dried out a little bit from what it was like earlier this morning, so should run away a little bit more easily this afternoon.
Well, there was some rain forecast for around 3-4 o'clock. It seems like a pleasant day still so far, so we'll see what happens there.
Oh, and Bully has skied that up, and it's been put down.
Put down. Clearly a tactic from Shaquille to make a game of this. He wants the full 35 overs.
Yeah.
He wants Rob's 11 to bleed.
I just feel like I don't want to say that Bully did a deal with Satan before he went out onto the park today, but he may have done a deal with Poppy the cat, and he may have said to Poppy the cat, "Look, you give me your 9 lives, and I'll give you some cat food." And she's just like, "Yep, sweet, I'm into this." And so, maybe that's the deal that was done.
That sounds like perfect sense to me. That makes complete sense. Yeah.
Having seen him be dropped, I don't know how many times, and run out, I don't know how many times, but still be standing in the middle of the wicket doesn't make much sense to me either. Yeah. He's still out there.
4 balls to come with this over, I believe.
Yeah, well, Mo's really got to have a swing, doesn't he? I'm surprised that the guys on the sideline aren't
encouraging that.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Goes for it, and he's
skewed away over the cover, and they are going to run a single.
He's not beat the Shaquille.
Let's all admit that if anybody else was batting, they would have tried for 2.
Yes.
But these guys here, this duo, deciding that one's enough.
Yeah, the partnership doing well.
Yeah.
Holding in. This is, of course, a multi-day game, or at least they're playing like it is.
Yeah. Well, Bully has a lot of cricket sense, so I expect a big heave here.
There it is. Oh.
And he's bounced him. Didn't expect that, and he's going to have a word with the bowler.
The bowling union there, really not standing up to the coal face.
I tell you what, that was some smart bowling from James Gunner, just digging it in, because I think we all knew what was coming. So to dig the ball in like that, it's a bit of a surprise for everyone.
It is, yeah.
And not least of all Bully, who's still shaking it off. It's fired him up. I reckon this ball is going to the boundary. Or that other thing, where he's just kind of bunted it into the offside. Toby's got in the way of the ball, thrown it into the keeper, and they're saying that is the end of the innings.
So applause all around the ground for all involved.
I don't have the scorecard in front of me at this particular juncture, but I'm pretty certain you guys got yourselves past 150 at the very least.
Hard to say.
Looks like Brian's going out to bat anyway.
Yes, he wants his fair go.
I think he should be allowed to open the batting for the other team. Nothing wrong with that. The interclub game, right?
Yes, that would make a lot of sense. So, as I understand it, Rob's 11 have finished on 153 for 8 of the 35 overs. There's Carl, very pleased with himself. Didn't get any wickets.
No, but he bowled with some good heat.
Yeah.
And unbelievably, Mark Bilmer not out at the end. And people say that they don't believe in miracles.
Yeah, Mark Bilmer not out, Mo not out, Brian not out.
I can tell you one thing with absolute certainty, and that's that I now believe in Santa and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy, because they must all exist if Mark Bulmer could have gone out there today and not gotten out, you know?
A little jewel.
We're getting a warm greeting from Joel Cooper.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, Joel.
You see, I got hit in the face with the bells.
Did you?
Did that not pick it up?
Was that
I'm sure it would have been a thing.
Was that from
When I
the...
got out, the bells just smacked me.
Oh, you've got a wee red neck there as well.
Yeah, okay, so Joel Cooper's wandered over to us and he's complaining about being hit in the face, this time with bales, so that mixes it up. He's got a big old cut just outside his left eye where the bale got him. So I don't know when that happened in terms of the innings, but I'm going to have to go back and find it in the highlights, because that's a hell of a thing.
It would be when Adnan got out, so...
Oh, was it when Adnan got bowled?
Yeah,
okay.
All right.
So if you go back and find Shaquille bowling Adnan, Joel has copped one of the bales in the face and has a nasty cut next to the eye.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what ended Mark Boucher's career. I mean,
yeah,
can happen to anyone.
And if unfortunately if that particular clip is obscured because of the rain covering over the camera lens,
oh really?
only the weather is to blame, because there was reports of heavy rain.
Thanks.
Being joined now by Mike Wood, keeper extraordinaire. Yeah.
100% drop catches today.
Yeah. hand him over the headset, Connor. Let's have a word with Mike Wood.
Hi, Jazz.
Thanks, Connor. G'day, Mike.
G'day.
So, did I see correctly earlier that you dropped a catch?
Yeah, so I only got one chance on the match. Put it down.
Yeah.
Off Billy as well.
And is that the one where Joel then picked up the ball, had a shy at the keeper's end, missed the keeper's end, the ball hit the stumps at the bowler's end, Bully ran down the pitch, the ball was picked up by someone at the bowler's end, and then fired at the stumps at the keeper's end, running Bully out, which wasn't given then by Rob, standing at square
So
leg.
theoretically, Billy could have been out 3 times in one ball, and then 3 times in the next 3 balls, and then another 3 times in the next 2 overs. But we just love him, so we kept him about.
Yeah, no, he is good to have about. But yeah, so you muffed your chance to go to the top of the table in terms of the dismissals trophy.
Yeah, that was upsetting.
So you didn't just let the ball slip through your fingers; you let the trophy slip through your fingers too.
Well, I think I'd have needed.
I don't want to bring you down, man.
I would have needed another one anyway, so I was still a bit behind, and I don't think we were going to get another one after that.
You guys could have
had one chance.
Some sort of sharing scheme, you know, some sort of.
That was a lovely innings. Their runs were shared between the whole team, pretty much.
Yeah.
Our bowlers shared all the wickets. Joel took a nice catch.
Yeah.
And took a barrow to the face.
He did do.
Like an absolute champ.
Well, let's quickly run through the cards, shall we? So Nabil got 37 at the top, with Rob scoring 2.
That was a huge partnership that Rob was involved in there.
Yes. Steve Will, at his second bite of the cherry, got 26.
That's some beautiful play off his legs. He's got a very elegant clip.
He is so elegant, but he just finds the most bizarre ways to get out. Connor got 5 runs before he scooped one back to Sanoa for caught bowls. Mikey Gordon made 14 before he hit it into the cover. Shaquille running around athletically to take a very good catch on the offside. Jake Newcomen made 22 with 4 boundaries.
I don't know how that happened.
Severe Hussain came in and clipped away some beauties to also pick up 4 boundaries. He was out for 20. Mo hung about for a while, managed to eke out 10. Adnan was out for a duck bowled by Shaquille. That's a delivery that caused Joel some serious discomfort, given that he's a big cut by his eye now, courtesy of the bail that hit him.
He lost a little chunk of his face.
Yeah.
He's still a bit upset. I gave him a cuddle.
Bully, somewhat unbelievably, not out some way, somehow, and I tell you what, if you're a betting man, you've made a packet on that one. Mark Bulmer, 5 not out. Brian Mathers at the end, not required. Let's hope they give him a chance to shore up the batting of the other side later on today.
Should we get Joel in to talk about his spell, and I'm going to get changed?
Yeah, sure. I suppose you've got some batting to do in the
I don't actually know what the lineup is.
Okay, well, best of luck to you today.
Thanks,
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to speak to you guys.
And all the best. I'll see you at prize giving. I definitely won't bring up that you missed out by 1 dismissal. Oh, some good stuff there. So that is the end of the first innings. There will be a bit of a break now while everyone has some sandwiches and at least a couple of players have a beer. I myself have got a touch of the dries, so I'm going to go and find some beverages of my own, have something to eat, and we will join you back here in 10 to 15 minutes for Brockley CC's home 11 response to Brockley CC away 11's 153 for 8. See you soon. you're like fully stopping the rain coming in from there, aren't you?
Yes, you could put the window further up though. There's enough cable.
How are we going? Alright.
You turn the ignition off if you can.
Yeah. But you know, is it still enough?
Yeah, I wouldn't go much further because right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so who's doing commentary with me?
Can you turn the battery on?
Yeah. Oh, Mary, have you got my phone?
Yeah. You hit the car 6 right. If you hit the car, you win it.
Oh, yes? Yeah, I had some steroid injections. No, it's pretty good.
Mike, Phil. Yeah, I don't got the ball. I'm going to go field. Got my stats up.
Are you going to field now?
Nah, I just thought I should.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They are one short.
Yeah, I better go field.
Come off in the drinks break. Make them have one.
There's Rob's stats.
Okay.
You can read that.
Thanks. Okay.
Huh? I'm coming. I'm just going to take the harmonica with me.
So, interesting day. I don't know if you've been following that. I don't know if the audio was on during the hullabaloo that was the incredible rainstorm that poured through when we were at the break. The cricket gods do enjoy a laugh, that's for damn sure. But it absolutely belted down here in Kidbrooke. And we did the best we could to protect all of the equipment. Various umbrellas were utilised in different ways. Various people were standing and watching. Oh, it's a huge appeal first up. Huge appeal. I think that's going down the leg side. Yeah, Carl feels bad because he's a bowler, but that was going down the leg side. By the rules of Sunday Village cricket. So now, believe it or not, we are sitting in a Fiat 500 with the sunroof open because the sun is now pouring through. It is a beautiful, bright, sunny afternoon now with the dark clouds which passed over 20 minutes ago now pushing through and heading out east. We really did get absolutely shat on by the weather. Absolutely poured. But yeah, now we are sitting in this Fiat 500 and we have the audio mixer propped up on the driver's seat on top of a bag so that all the cables reach. And I have my very diabetic friend in the back seat also trying to escape the weather and make themselves comfortable. And then we have a bunch of other cricketers caught up under trees and broken umbrellas because it really did howl through when that weather came through just before. It was incredibly messy. And then we have a whole bunch of cricketers who happen to be on the park. Any talk that we might have had earlier about the outfield, he's bowled him. He has bowled him. And the umpires decided to give it. Well, it's very kind of him. Well, that's a sad end for Mike. He won't be happy trudging off with that one, but it did catch the very top of the off stump and flick the bails off. And he'll be coming off now. Maybe we can harangue him to get onto the microphone and have a little bit of a yarn with me, given that he's got nothing left to do for the rest of today. But
and it's warm and dry in here.
What are you doing back there? Bloody hell. So we were talking earlier that the team batting second would have an advantage because the outfield would have dried out. Well, that is no longer the case. It is all fair and square. The outfield is just as wet now as it was when we started the day. So, no advantage in that regard. In fact, I imagine that the bowling team right now will be doing their very level best to try and keep the ball dry because it will get sodden every time it hits the ground. So if I were the batting side, I would be looking to just push it into the covers or push it into the leg side off the pads, get that ball as wet as possible, really start to get some moisture into it and take the sheen off to stop it swinging around because these are perfect swinging conditions, frankly. Sun is shining, the ground is moist. It's not that cold, although it was bloody freezing when the rain passed through. Goodness me. 4 seasons in one day. Anyway, Mike's gone. Adnan running in, left arm over the wicket. Good ball that. Just spitting off the deck outside off stump. Bowling to Mahesh. Looks like Nabil's taken the gloves for the home team. I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like Joel is fielding for both sides. I think they're all saying that over's one short. And they're waving it off because they can't be asked. Makes sense. Oh dear, I don't know what the acoustics of the interior of a Fiat 500 are like. It probably sounds pretty crisp. It's probably like being in an actual studio. but you're probably not getting any of the atmosphere out on the ground. It's probably a good thing we didn't set up an atmospheric mic out there today, because if we had done, it would be absolutely soaked right now. I've got to take my hat off to everyone who helped best that they could to protect the equipment, brollies in hand, moving chairs and tables and everything else as quickly as we could, and then bringing the Fiat 500 onto the ground and then shoveling all of the equipment into the Fiat 500. I mean, it kind of looked like one of those Google cars that drive up and down taking photos for Google Maps at the moment. Big camera on a pole sticking up, everything else hanging out the side of the Fiat 500, wires everywhere. But it's great, quite frankly. This is the perfect portable studio, so this may not be the last time that we broadcast from inside the Fiat 500, I'll tell you that much.
There's a microphone on the camera, isn't there? So they would have picked up.
Who are you? This is like I'm driving an Uber and you're sitting in the back seat.
Only you're not sitting in the
You may as well
driver's
introduce
seat.
yourself. That's Mary. She gave me a lift down to the ground today. She has diabetes. Don't you?
Yes.
And did you forget your insulin?
I did.
Yes, you did. Okay, it looks like... Oh, that was in the air. So yeah, the outfield's very, very slow. That should have run away for 4 and didn't. So Shaquille's had a good stab at that. It's flown at a very catchable height through the gully, but away from the man. It's gone down to third man, and they've run through for 2 runs. Well, thanks for giving me a lift down to cricket today, Mary. I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about cricket?
Only what you've told me.
Yeah, so probably best to keep your opinions to yourself there. Right.
I can give you a running commentary on what everybody's wearing, if you like.
No, we don't need any fashion tips from the men in white today, or the men in off-white, the beige, the pearl, the bone, the various... Ivory, yeah. There are quite a few colours on display. Anyway, focus on the game. Shaquille got much more of that last ball, able to hit it down through the outfield, out to the point boundary, but not over it. So just a 1. The batsman running through. Mahesh now on strike. Looks like Mikey Gordon is going to continue bowling what appear to be some ramshackle off spinners from the tower end.
I think there are fewer club hats on out in the field today.
You just want to...
This time round.
Stop focusing on the fashion. It's a sport, damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, some wonderful fielding from Mark Bulmer at point. He managed to...
the audience.
Look, shush you. Anyway, Mark Bulmer's thrown out a hand out at point and plucked that up on the bounce, fired it back into the bowler's end. Mahesh just trying to work it away again through the air. Certainly getting plenty of water into the ball now. Looks like they're going to run back for 2 runs. Good for them. It's actually just occurred to me that I should probably check and make sure that we're actually still broadcasting, because I have no idea. Yes, well, according to this, we are still streaming, so anyone out there still listening, it's great to have you on board with us this afternoon. That's a howler down the leg side. And less forgiving than Rob's umpiring, he's decided to give that a wide. Just following up on some of the questions we asked in the first innings. Who is taller, Brian or the Undertaker? Well, we were going to have Jake in the car doing commentary with us, but then I believe the fielding side were 1 short, so he's had to go out and field, and he's currently standing at square leg. If he manages to come off the field, we'll get an answer to who, in fact, is taller, Brian or the Undertaker. Nice little punch off the back foot by Mahesh. Just in the offside. Ball went absolutely nowhere. The outfield is utterly sodden. But not a bad start, all in all. I mean, Mike was absolutely cleaned up by Adnan. But it looks like he's emotionally okay with it now, from what I can tell. Maybe not.
It's warming up, jumpers are coming off.
Look, we haven't established a section called Mary's Fashion Tips.
So fashion tips. I'm commentating.
You're commentating on the fashion.
Yeah, they're having a break, and some people are taking their jumpers off. It's because it's warmer.
And you're getting way too excited about it. If I'm, being honest. So I think I'll just wave a little flag out the side of the car here. Let the players know they should keep their tops on, unless Mary's going to come running across the field. All these men, eh, Mary? All these men, eh? Taking their tops off, eh?
They're not taking their tops off, they're just taking one layer off.
Oh, right.
It's like pass the parcel.
Yeah, it is like pass the parcel. That's how you like to play it, don't you? Rightio, enough banter. I should really be trying to signal Mike. But I don't know, how would you signal Mike? I don't know, maybe...
No, you don't do that.
What, don't toot the horn?
We don't want to get told. We're parked on the middle of the flipping football pitch. I don't want to come out and get told off for having driven onto the grass.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't want to... Oh, it looks like he's nicked off, has he? Has he been given by the umpire? Big claims from behind the wicket. Nabil's claiming it. Mahesh is walking off. He must have nicked it. So Mahesh is gone. Great ball from Adnan. Well, I've got to say that the ball has bounced more than I would have thought it could have done after that flurry of rain that we had. I thought that the pitch would get even more murky, sodden and spongy and start to stop. But Adnan's managed to really get it to bounce, bowling from this toilet end. So that was another one that just popped up off the pitch. It's caught the outside edge of Mahesh's bat through to the keeper. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Nabil is also now edging his way up to the top of the dismissals list. I think we have 5 guys who all have like 10 dismissals. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, tooting the horn did work. Everybody did look. Just want you to know that.
I know everybody looked. Nobody came over, so we didn't achieve what you wanted to achieve.
That's because I didn't flail my arms around. I should have, but there's no room in this Fiat 500 to do that. What are you doing?
I'm turning off the sun.
You're supposed to stay in the back seat. That's the rule. You can sit in the car, but you have to be in the back seat. Get out of it. I don't care about your sat-nav.
Yeah, well, I want to be able to start the car and drive home at the end of today.
Don't get your hopes up.
At least I've got petrol.
Yeah, you do. Good for you.
Yeah.
You're just skiting, aren't you? You know you've got a broadcast audience. Bunch of people sitting at home today, don't have any petrol at all. And you're like, I've got petrol. I've got petrol.
It is petrol from 2 weeks before the petrol crisis. A full tank.
Yeah,
will easily last 6 weeks.
Yeah, one thing you've got to say about the Fiat 500, very economical. And now continue bowling from the toilet end. Way too full and wide outside off stump. Looks like Paul Freight has come out to the wicket, batting at number 4.
Could you not call it the club end rather than the toilet end?
No. Oh. No. It's always been the toilet end, it always will be.
What do you call the other end?
Well, I was calling it the murder end, but everyone thought that was distasteful, so now I'm calling it the Kidbrook end.
Okay.
And when I say everyone, I mean everyone, including myself. I grossed myself out. I made myself feel bad. Ah, well, never mind. It's the tower end. I'm sure I had a more clever name for it at some point, but the brain's not working.
Tower end?
Yeah. Adnan running in from the toilet end, falling outside off stump. Feet didn't really go from Paul Freight, it just had a jab at it with the bat. Ball's been tossed back to Rob to give it a dry. Sitting here now in blazing sunshine in southeast London.
Wind's picked up there.
Can't tell. Sitting inside a Fiat 500.
I can tell because the trees are moving and jumpers are going back on.
Well, Mary's fashion tips, everybody. If you want it to continue, just vote online, get into the YouTube comments.
They're not fashion tips, I'm just commentating on what I'm seeing.
Yeah, okay.
Things that are happening that aren't in the, what do you call the bit in the middle, the crease?
Yeah. Well, some people will refer to the bit in the middle as the crease. I see what your brain's doing there.
What?
Well, it's trying to put together two ideas in your head that make sense. So when you have, say, I don't know, two meaty patches, one either side of sort of a line running down the middle, you might call the line running down the middle the crease, wouldn't you? And that's what your brain's trying to do. Describe a buttocks to the people out there in listener land. But no, it's not called the crease. It's the wicket. The wicket. They're playing on the pitch or the wicket. The crease is where the batsman is standing.
Oh, okay. Well, the bit between the creases then is called the wicket.
Oh my God. The bit. Oh jeez.
Well, there's a crease at each end then, isn't there?
Oh God. I feel I'm so sorry, everyone. I mean, I know I was highly offensive before, but not like this. You know, I didn't go as far as to describe buttocks. You know, she's basically saying that the crease is an anus, and I'm just not on board with that. I just don't think that's okay. So, really sorry.
That's how your mind works.
Yeah, that's how everyone's mind works. I'm really sorry, everyone.
My commentary is mainly on the stuff that isn't happening at the wicket.
Yeah.
The things that people can't see on the camera.
Yeah.
Like jumpers going on and off.
Yeah. You know, and that would be aided by, you know, if you got a pair of binoculars perhaps and wandered off to the other side of the ground and just continued with that level of commentary, but away perhaps from the microphone would be really good. You're not even looking at the crowd, you're looking out the back of the car. What are you even looking at?
Oh, sure, I don't know who that is, but somebody went off to do something.
I like that. I don't know who that is, but it could be anyone.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gordon continuing to bowl. Ooh, Shaquille's got under that. Giving that a big old belt. And that has gone all the way. First six of the day. Shaquille has bunted that well down to the tennis courts at the tower end. And it looks like maybe... No, it's just into the side of the tennis courts. Good hit, though. Able to get under that one, straight out at the meat of the bat. Looks like Adnan is going to continue his spell. Adnan just taking his time. Start this over. Running in now. You put a little bit more effort into that ball. There's a wafty little flow of the bat from Paul Frater outside off stump. Didn't get the leg across. Need to get the legs moving if he's going to combat Adnan, but Adnan likes to set him up. It's a two-card trick. He bowls that big in-swinger and he pushes it across, much like the way Trent Bolt bowls. So he's pushed one across. See if it comes back in. No, he's pushed it across again. So it's two in a row. I doubt we'll see three that go across him. I'm putting my money down. This ball is going to be angling back into Paul Frater's pads, and there's going to be a big shout. Lots of pressure on Carl Bandy after he turned down an earlier LBW against Mike Wood before he had his bails disturbed. There it is. Just that bit too full, I think. He needs to really dig it into that pitch. Really make the batsman have to think about the way the ball's going to deviate. I think when it's too full, the batsman has time to line it up and really get the bat behind it. But off the pitch, there's a good chance of hitting the pad. That's better length. So, looks like Mike Wood's getting comfy now. He's taking the pads off. Try and contact him.
This is an important day for New Zealand and rugby, not for cricket.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to find something interesting to say that relates to sport, and I couldn't find anything about cricket, but I did find something about rugby. On this day in 1888, New Zealand natives, a privately organised and mainly Maori rugby team, played their first game in the UK. They beat Surrey 4-1, and this is New Zealand's first national rugby team to wear all black and to perform the haka.
Wow. A day of great national pride for myself and all New Zealanders, but not something I know a whole heck of a lot about.
No, well, I didn't know it either, but you know.
No, but I wouldn't expect you to know. You're from Reading.
What does that mean?
Well, you know, you're from Reading. Why would you know that? You probably know things about Reading. Lots of things about Reading. Things I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to try and contact Mike. I'm watching him looking at his phone. I can see him looking at his phone. So, why he's not answering his phone? It must mean that he's looking at his phone and ignoring me currently.
Is he looking at his phone or is he looking at the school phone?
I think he's looking at his phone. He's not budging though. He's not having it. Wow. The deep dark feelings of rejection. Oh, they're back. Oh well. I just have to live with that. That's you know, I'm not taking it personally or anything. It's not like I got him a birthday present or, Christmas card or anything. Anyway. Michael Gordon continuing from the tower end. Paul Freighter's footwork questionable today. He's getting himself into a little bit of a tangle there. Probably trying to decide whether to play off the front or back foot. But on this round deck, what you really want to do is prop forward, bend that front knee. Looks like Rob Miller fielding in close with the helmet on at Silly off. Putting the pressure on. Paul's had it back past him though. He's running out to the cover boundary. He's being chased down by Brian. He's hauled it in, and they've run through for a couple. Good chase from Brian out there on the boundary. Solid pair of stones being shown by Rob Miller here. Getting in nice and close, it's sealed off. I've never seen him wearing a helmet fielding in close before. And he's done him. He's done him like a dinner. That footwork finally did for Paul Freighter today. And Mikey's knocked off the top of the off stump. So
I found another one that's about cricket.
I mean, we are watching cricket and something exciting just did happen. I mean, we should probably focus on that just momentarily.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell me when you're finished.
Calm down. So, Paul Freighter making his way back to the dugouts. Ali Hussain will now be coming out to the middle. He is a very handy low-order batsman. In fact, it's completely unfair to refer to him as a low-order batsman because he is a very capable man with bat in hand. He has a really big shot lined up in the cannon as well. He's biffed some sixes this season. Some really big sixes. And I imagine if the ball gets pitched up anywhere in his arc, he will give it a heave. He's got some good scores this year. Actually put on 50 runs for the last wicket with myself earlier this year against a very good development side down in Dartford. I mean, we got dusted up that day, but putting on 50 runs for the last wicket's always going to rankle the opposition, so good fun. Good little bit of hit and giggle at the end. I believe Ali got some got some runs last week as well. So I don't think he's short of form. I think it'll just be interesting to see how the pitch plays and how he adapts to it. But I think it gets into his range. It's going to go over sort of long on cow corner. That's his big target areas. So here we go. I'm about to get back underway. Mikey Gordon running in. Very full. Circumspect from Ali, just getting in behind it, pushing it out into the offside. Suck them into a false sense of security before he hits the rocket boosters and starts launching the bombs. A couple of players looking a little on the cold side, standing out there in the park now. Good link there from Mikey Gordon, just around that top of off stump.
While they were walking about, can I tell you my interesting cricket thing?
Yeah, go on then.
Right, on this day in 2007, South Africa's Mark Boucher, I don't know how you say that, Boucher I guess, breaks Ian Healy's record to become the wicketkeeper with the most dismissals in Test cricket, and that was 395.
You see, we've had to take a fair few more than that, but then, and you won't know this, Mark Boucher was taken out of the game after a bail hit him in the face and took his eyesight.
Oh, so is it the same person you were talking about with... there you go.
So, yeah, Mark Boucher had a nasty accident with the bails hitting him in the face, and yes, our own Joel Cooper today, fielding at first slip quite a distance from the stumps, also got hit by a bail, and it has cut him just by his left eye. Nasty little accident, but very, very lucky it didn't get him in the eye. So happy for Joel in that respect. There's some shonky. You know, you want to talk about clothing. There's some shonky clothing out there because it is not warm. It is not warm out there today. And I am seeing some howlers. I'm seeing at least 2 sets of grey track pants, 1 grey sweatshirt. I am seeing a black sweatshirt with green writing. I'm seeing a black jacket.
I thought we weren't doing fashion commentary.
Well, I didn't see a need for fashion commentary earlier, but now that I've noticed how very poorly dressed some of the players
how
are.
interesting it is. You want in on my... Anyway,
it's only interesting for the viewers.
Right, so I've run out of interesting things that have happened.
Oh, thank God.
Not a lot has happened in terms of cricket, but there are some. There is a birthday, a cricket-related birthday. Today is Johnny Briggs' birthday. He was born in 1862.
So no one's going to know who that is. Zero people listening know who Johnny Briggs is.
I know who Johnny Briggs is.
Did you just say he was born in 1862?
Yeah.
No, I mean... I don't know who that is. Okay. He's been dead a long time.
Yeah, he died in 1902.
He died in 1902,
yeah.
And I'm supposed to know who he is.
Well, for people my age, growing up in this country, Johnny Briggs was the name of a character in a kids' TV show, and I think he was named after the cricketer, but I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I knew the guy's name.
I'll tell you what, tuning in today to watch the Brockley Inter Club, there's no more riveting commentary anywhere in the world right now. You are listening to the best of the best.
1952 was the birthday of Gary Troop, a New Zealand cricket fast medium bowler.
He was.
Yeah.
But again, no one listening today knows who the hell that is. And fair enough too. I don't expect people to know about obscure New Zealand cricket players from that era.
No, it's not my fault. There's a absence of interesting cricket-related stuff.
Well, you know, I was going to commentate on the game. I mean, Adnan just came in, bowled a beautiful delivery to Shaquille. Shaquille had a swipe across the line, the ball just missing the outside of the off stump, going through to Nabil. Clearly swinging back. It can't have missed the stumps by very much at all. But who wants to listen to cricket commentary when you can have factoids about nobodies? Only the best.
Right, so there's interesting deaths on this day.
No, there aren't. There are none. There are 0 interesting deaths today.
Not today, on this day in this, not in this year, just on this day.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There was only one about cricket, and I didn't know who that was, so I'll leave it now.
Okay.
It's a very interesting day for O.J. Simpson, though. if you do decide to Continue the theme of interesting things that have happened on this day.
O.J. Simpson did some murders. Oh, gracious heavens. I tell you what, if you do want to have a little bit of a giggle, a recent death in the comedy fraternity was Norm Macdonald. And very sad to lose Norm at an early age. I don't believe that he was 60 yet. He passed away. He had a long-standing battle with cancer. It was very sad. Oh, that was the big hoy from Ali. He wanted to put that in the tennis courts. But Norm Macdonald used to do the news. Norm Macdonald used to do the news on SNL. And he did it for quite a period of time. And he used to mock the OJ trial mercilessly until he was fired for it. Because the guy who owned the TV network that SNL was on was a friend of O.J. Simpson's. So he fired him. But there's a supercut on YouTube, 35 minutes of Norm Macdonald O.J. Simpson jokes, and they're gold. They're absolute gold. So I'm not encouraging you to turn over or anything, but there are worse uses of your time, like continuing to listen to us. But 35 minutes of Norm Macdonald's O.J. Simpson jokes, absolutely brilliant. Some of the best. I just think Gordon's getting a bit of away movement. Just getting enough of an away movement there to trouble the batsman. It hasn't been the greatest start from the home 11, currently on 18 for 3. Chasing 153 for 8, which I thought was well short of a reasonable target. But may prove not to be the case. That said, two very capable batsmen at the wickets. Every chance that they'll be able to carry on, put a partnership together and eke into this total. Just having a look at who the home team have left in their 11. And you'd have to say it's a little bit all-roundery. To be fair, no out-and-out batsman really left in the lineup, which is probably why you're seeing Ali batting so high. He would also be in that sort of all-rounder category. So, knocking off the top four as they've done, it's certainly hurt the home side. Ooh. Ali's wanting to really get stuck into Gordon. He really wants to put him in those tennis courts. But I just think with that away swing, it's more likely to just go straight up in the air. Good luck catching it in these conditions though, because I think if it goes up, it'll go up a long way, and the wind is blowing. It'll be a hell of a catch. That's on the full, just pushing it back to the bowler. One of the absolute bonuses of doing the commentary from inside the Fiat 500 is the protection from the wind. It was certainly a little bit chilly when we were all sitting outside earlier. It's much nicer sitting in the car. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good shout from the toilet end. That's exactly the sort of length that he has to be looking for, wrapping him right on the knee roll. It's never going over the top of the stumps. If he gets it to line up, it's going to be hard for the umpire to turn down. Mike Wood, the standing umpire at the toilet end. Looks like Sanawar umpiring it. Oh, he's done him. He's absolutely done him. That is a cracker. Looks like the batsman having a chat with having a chat with the umpire. He's looking for reasons for this to be disallowed, I think. Not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe he's saying, you should let me have another go. We'll let your guys have another go. And he's very, very slowly making his way back. Is Shaquille? Looked like a top ball from Adnan, although it didn't seem to get up very much. Which is always the risk on this round pitch. It will not bounce. Doesn't look happy. A lot of head shaking as he goes back towards his teammates. And of course, Sanawa's come off. He's stopped umpiring now because he'll need to get the pads on. Be a good day for a Sanawa special. Last year he won the Innings of the Year trophy. Had a very good knock against the Gardeners in a very closely fought game. One of those come from behind Sanawa specials where he scores a few runs down the order. Could be what saves the day. Looks like Carl Bandy's gone out to bat. Adnan to continue. Oh, he is bowling so well. Making the batsman play. Really making the batsman question where the off stump is. And of course, he can angle it right back in and catch you on the pad. Dangerous bowler. I went down to have a few words there. Head down. Oh, he didn't listen. Big extravagant drive. Huge edge. It's run down to third man. It's gone all the way to the boundary but not over it. Mo's chased it down there. Looks like they run back for two. Very, very slow outfield. Still waterlogged from the huge downpour that we had at the break. And it really was a huge downpour. Boy.
It's quite good timing, really, that it happened during your tea break.
Are you still here?
Well, seeing as it's a three-door car and you're in the front, you know, I'd find it hard to escape without you noticing.
That's good to know for the future.
The driver's seat is full of sound equipment, and you're filling the other seat in the front.
Filling?
I can't get out any other way.
I will not take this abuse.
The sunroof doesn't open.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, well, you could get out the boot.
I don't think I could open the boot from the inside.
No, maybe we should try. Again, though, good to know for the future. What, are you actually going to give that a go?
Well, I haven't got much else to do.
Okay, alright, fine. Alright, this is interesting. For the viewers at home, this is the sound of a woman escaping out the back of a Fiat 500.
No, this is the sound of a woman seeing if there's a handle on the inside of the boot in a Fiat 500. And there is.
Oh, that looked pretty adjacent.
I can get out the boot. Yay!
So in between that appeal, which was probably out, but Mike did everything right there in not giving it because by hokey this game would be over too soon. Mary has escaped out the back of the Fiat 500.
I can't get very far though because the cable's not long enough. It does mean though that somebody else could come and commentary instead of me without having to sit in the back seat, which is probably what's putting most of them off.
You think that's what's putting them off?
What do you think's putting them off?
I think everything's putting them off. They're not doing very well anyway.
Now the boot is open, it's cold.
Why didn't you just close it again? What have you done?
God, you expect me to do everything?
Well, I mean, I was only curious about whether or not you could escape from a Fiat 500, not that you'd leave it gaping. Anyway, Ali back on strike at the toilet end. Gordon continuing. This is a big spell. I would have thought that Rob would be keener to rotate his... Have you closed that, have you? I thought Rob would be keener to rotate his bowlers given the nature of this event. I think Bully's idea that everyone bowl 3 overs earlier today was
I thought that was a nice idea.
Yes, but it's not been...
I mean, you know, it is the last game of the season.
It is the last game, yeah. I mean,
nice if everybody gets a turn at bowling, even if they don't get a turn at batting. What?
I like your mum approach to the game. Everyone should get a go. Everyone have a bat, everyone have a bowl. Go on then.
No, not everyone should have a bat, but, you know.
Pat on the bum.
Everyone should have a...
That's a good ball.
Everyone could have a bowl, couldn't they?
Everyone could have a bowl, but Rob's not known for his lightning bowling changes. He does tend to bowl long spells for most bowlers, and Mikey's been bowling pretty well from the tower end, so it looks like we're sticking with him. Oh, that looked very good. Ali has immediately indicated that was off the pad. And Paul Frater umpiring at the tower end has gone with Ali's assessment of what happened there, that the ball came off the pad. Not so sure that keeper and slip thought that, but never mind. The game continues.
I can't really see what's happening.
Oh, now he's had a huge hoy. Fading back, a great catch from Safir, who's run back from slip all the way around to gully, fading back in the wind as the ball spiraled around, and he has taken the catch. Well, I think there isn't a greater admission of guilt that the last one was in fact edged and caught by Nabil, because he absolutely went after it. Never mind. He's gone now, and the home team are in all sorts. 5 down now for just 22, I believe. It's looking grim. It's not to say that there isn't some batting in the tank. You've got Sunaway next, followed by Joel, followed by James Gunner. They can all bat. Can they chase down this kind of total? I think it's going to take a big innings from Sunaway if they're going to pull it off. But they're a long, long way behind at this point. A long, long way behind. I think given the match conditions, it would be in keeping with the spirit of the game if we were to see some not very good bowlers bowl. If we were to see the most unlikely candidates to get the ball in hand given a chance to have a bowl, you know, I think at 22 for 5 makes the most sense.
Now he's being a mum.
Oh, not necessarily mumming the game, but you know, in the spirit of cricket, in the spirit of everyone continuing to play this for a while, I think Mikey's had a very good spell, but you know, he can rest his heels. Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside, worked away by Carl, back quarter point for 4 runs. Connor chasing it all the way out to the boundary. What the hell was that? You opening cans in the back seat?
No, taking the top of my bottle of water.
Bottle of waters don't go psh. So, good ploy.
Soda stream.
Oh, sure.
Fizzy water.
I don't believe that there's a soda stream in the back of this Fiat 500. Gordon continuing.
Soda stream do Pepsi now.
And so do you work for SodaStream?
No, I don't, but I do have one.
Okay. Oh, there's some glum-looking faces on the sidelines. They're not too happy with this performance. Just watching Ali Hussein remove his thigh pad with disdain. Mary pressing her little face up against the glass as she watched a man pull down his pants and rip off the little Velcro straps from under his gusset. Oh, she's into this.
Not half as interested as you are.
Look at you not be able to find the words. You had to wipe the drool away, didn't you? Anyway, looks like Brian's going to get a bowl from the toilet end. This will be good. Brian's been one of the big improvers in the club. Worked hard on his bowling and his batting. Good club man.
And our earlier commentator.
He did come over for a yarn. Good to talk to Brian. Haven't seen him in a while. He has struggled to get cricket pants in his size. That is why he's wearing the grey trackies. Now, I tried earlier this season to contact Stephen Finn, who's a very tall English cricket player. Tried to contact him via Twitter to ask him for a pair of pants. Now, I realise, has he nicked off? That's a huge appeal. Huge appeal. And Mike Wood has given him. Sonawar looks bereft. I don't know what happened there. Sonawar looks incredibly unhappy. Mike's got a little bit of a grin on his face. Brian, chuffed to bits, walks over to Sonawar, gives him a pat on the back. That's huge for Brian. I believe that's his first wicket for the club. Certainly playing on Sundays, and he'll be absolutely chuffed with that. Sonawar, on the other hand, looks gutted. Really gutted. So, oh dear. But going back to
cricket pants.
My cricket pants. I mean, you can see here, I don't know if you're catching it on camera, you probably are, just how tall Brian actually is. He's well and truly head and shoulders above a couple of the other very tall players in the side who are well over sort of 6'3", and he's towering above them. He's a big boy.
Is he bigger than the Undertaker?
You have to, if you're going to talk to me, you have to put the mic by your face.
Well, if it's too close to my face, you can hear me breathing.
Yeah, well, stop watching them bending over and putting their pads on. Anyway,
in the back seat of the car.
Yeah, you're a bit on the dodgy side. Maybe I'm the one who should swap out. Maybe you should be doing commentary with somebody else. Just trying to see who's single. Anyway, Brian, earlier this season I did try to get Brian a set of cricket pants. Now, the problem is, I think, when I messaged Stephen Finn, who's a very tall English cricket player, who would have bespoke, proper, long cricket pants, to ask him for a spare pair, and he would have a spare pair.
Yeah.
The vernacular that I used was the word pants. Now,
he sent you undies, didn't he?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. It's just that, where I come from, down under, pants means trousers.
Yeah.
And in the UK, pants means underwear. And I think what Stephen Finn thought I was asking him was if I could have a pair of his underwear. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, this happens to celebrities, doesn't it? Celebrities have all sorts of freaks online asking them for pictures of their feet and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that Stephen Finn just thought that I was asking for a pair of his underwear, which I wasn't, So, Stephen, if you're listening to this and you aren't, that's not what I was doing. I just want a pair of cricket trousers that would fit Brian. You can't buy them. They're not something you can get off the shelf. So, some sort of specially made pair of particularly long cricket trousers for the likes of Stephen Finn, I think, he could do the decent thing.
Yeah.
And donate them to Brian. There's two very tall players who happen to both be wicket-taking machines, apparently. Anyway, I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is your attention somewhere else? Can you please stop watching the players changing?
Well, no, I can't see anything out the back seat because the cables are in the way from all of the, the sound stuff.
Yeah. Fine to continue there. Good ball outside the off stump.
So, the famous cricket person hasn't sent you any pants?
No, he's probably right to, isn't he, really? You think about it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Brian is absolutely up for this. He's run back to the top of his mark. He's charging in. Oh, that's well down the leg side. Nabil's taking it, if you can believe that. It's a great take from the keeper. The other team here on the sidelines just all cleaning their boots.
And putting their kit back in the car.
Yeah, some pretty major disinterest from the guys on the sidelines now. I think they feel like they're a bit of toast. So
you should, if they haven't got anything else to do, if they've had their turn at batting and they're just waiting to go home now, you should get them to come and commentate.
Yeah, I was thinking that it might be that I wander over there and grab one of them, or maybe you should. Or maybe it's not okay for you to go over and grab one of them, because that's what you've been thinking this whole time.
You're so rude.
I'm not the one with the filthy mind, the dribbly lip and the eyes pressed up against the glass.
No, it's not your eyes you're pressing up against the glass, is it?
I call this one a pressed ham. And that's a wide. The other one down the leg side probably should have been a wide as well. Never mind. Big appeal. Can always put off the umpire. So, not much to come down the order from the home 11. Joel Cooper at the crease now, facing up to Brian.
Use a crease.
Joel getting that at the top of the bounce and knocking it into the offside where it was ably fielded by Mark Bulmer, who I feel should be getting a bowl about this time. Definitely getting a bowl. And he is getting a bowl. Wow. Pick that out of a lineup. Yeah, just looking over at the guys and whether or not any of them would actually be keen on doing some commentary. I don't think so. Oh, horse walks into a bar. Barman says, why the long face? Goodness gracious heavens. It's not a fair way for a lot of these guys to finish their season. A lot of them have played exceptionally well. Exceptionally well for Brockley right across the entirety of this season. Mike Wood has been one of our best behind the stumps. Shaquille, he's right up the top of the batting stats and the bowling stats. I think he's third in the batting stats and second in the bowling stats. Mahesh has had some good innings. Paul Frater, he took a sparkling one-handed catch last week. Ali Hussein's charged in across the season. Really charged in hard, bowled some very fast deliveries, and of course he's hit some big sixes this year as well. Carl Bandy's a new recruit. He's bowled very well. Still out there batting right now. Joel Cooper's, he's had a couple of really good innings as well as bowling pretty well. I know he's taken more than 10 wickets for the club this year, as well as... Ooh, that's a big ask. Getting Joel to hoof back for 2 runs. Well fielded by Jake out on the boundary. You know, James Gunner sitting there on the sidelines. He's bowled well this year. Advait's bowled well. Toby bowled well today. Yeah, it doesn't quite feel right for them to go down by such a big margin, so hopefully these two can get a partnership going and just eat into it, because there's plenty of overs left. There is 25 overs left, all the time in the world. If these two want to, get some high scores to end the season, it would be good to see. Good cricket. .72 players in total turning out for Brockley this year, by the way. Easily the highest ever. So that was a big swipe down the leg side from Joel. Missed by the keeper. Should be given his byes. And no, hasn't been. So, never mind. But yes, 72 players have turned out for Brockley this season. Absolute all-time record. The two teams running, one home, one away. Both teams winning more than 50% of their games. Sitting at the top of the wicket charts, Rob Miller. He took 30 wickets this season. Top of the run charts, Nabil Yassin. He scored more than 600 runs. He hit a good century along the way. There were 2 centuries from the club this year. One from Nabil and one from Josh McDonald. Josh probably could have got a 2nd century actually. I think he was left stranded on 90 not out in another game. Very good to have those scores on the board. We had 3 5-wicket bags. Safir holding the ball there at slip. He took, I believe it was 5 for 19. Timur Mohan, he got a 5-wicket bag. 5 for 26. And myself, when my arm still worked, I picked up 7 for 23 earlier this season. Should have been 8 for. I hate to stress the fact, but that last hat-trick ball, plumb in front, the umpire was never going to give it, but he bloody should have. I'm not bitter. I'm fine. Straighten my hat and carry on. Rob punching the umpire there for no particular reason. It's not really fair. Mike's a doctor. Doesn't need that kind of crap. He's out there being a hero, day in, day out, saving lives. And then Rob comes up and punches him. Well, here's Brian running in from the toilet end. Oh, it's on the spot. That's a great shout. Oh, blimey. Oh, I mean, fair's fair, don't give it, but it was a good shout. Good one, Brian. Carl Bandy facing at the moment, by the way. 2 batsmen look very similar out there at the moment. Oh yes, good areas from Brian. I mean, he's obviously a very tall fellow, and he does get the ball to bounce awkwardly. So when he's bowling like this, and he's just got it there or thereabouts, it can be difficult to face. Certainly difficult to score off. You know, there's no great pace about his bowling, but certainly really awkward to score off. And that's the big heave-ho from Carl Bandy through the leg side. That's zipped out to the leg side boundary, going right under the barbecue. Being chased down there by Mark Bulmer.
Barbecue?
Yeah, there's a barbecue over there.
Oh.
Yeah. That's alright, that's normally where they put the bouncy castle. Yeah, we nearly killed a kid there the other week. It was not good. I'm sorry, are you trying to get out of the back seat? Is that your plan now? Are you lying down? Okay. You know, you don't have to keep the headset on. We don't need to listen to you lying down and breathing deeply into the microphone of the back seat.
I don't have to, but you like it.
Oh, God. I'm not... Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me or are you talking to the listeners?
You.
You know, some people could go back and watch this on replay. They're as disturbed now as they ever were. Tell you what. I really need to get my driver's license. Anyway, Brian, running in from the toilet end.
I have been trying to get you to get your driver's license.
Shush you, you're having a nap.
For a very long time.
Yeah, well. I appreciate the lift today, but I didn't think I'd have to join you on commentary. Listening to you breathing softly and making weird mouth noises.
Aren't you glad I didn't bring the dogs? Imagine if it was you, me and 3 dogs in this car trying to do the commentary.
I'd like to think that you'd be chasing the dogs around the field and that I wouldn't have to deal with you.
No.
Well, Brian has lost the radar a little bit in the last couple of balls. One down the leg side, one skewing off down the offside. So over might get a little bit long, but it's not like this. It's not like they don't have runs in the bank. They're still well over 100 runs ahead. That's better. Interesting bit of fielding from Connor there. Chucked out the old hoof. Didn't manage to stop the ball though. Fielded by Rob Miller, chasing it out to the mid-off boundary. 2 runs there to Carl. Would be nice to see these two put a partnership together. Not do anything silly, just work it around for the next 20 overs. I'd get close. And that is an absolute moonball from Brian, given no ball by the square leg umpire, and rightfully so.
What's a moonball?
Are you still with us?
Yeah.
Eyes closed, lying in the back seat, listening to my soft, dulcet tones. Moonball is one that goes way, way up in the air, into outer space.
Not because it's made of cheese, then.
No. That one's back on the old radar. It's through Connor, it's setting it off, and all the way for 4. It must have come right out the middle of the bat, because that has gone all the way down to the sheds. Rob chasing it down there, showing the sort of athleticism that lies his years. He chased it all the way to the bins. He's got the ball there, drawing it off. Wee bit of a chance for a catching of the breath out there in the middle. Some of the players definitely looking a little bit more on the cold side. I think any ambitions anyone might have had to play again next week are being dashed right now by the state of the weather. It is getting cold out in the middle.
Time is it? The sun going down.
I'm going to turn your mic off.
I thought you had.
I'm going to now.
No, people want to hear me.
No, they don't. So, Brian running in. And that's a much better ball from Brian.
How many overs are they? Are they coming up to a tea break so they can put their jumpers on?
No, I think we're still quite a long way from the drinks break, unfortunately.
Oh dear, and 5 people are out already.
6 people are out actually.
6.
Yep. It hasn't been the greatest day for the home side. We'll just run down through the scorecard. Mike Wood gone for a duck, bowled by Adnan Ijaz. Shaquille Ahmed, he was also bowled by Adnan, one that perhaps kept a little bit low for 11. Mahesh nicked off to a beauty from Adnan for 3. Paul Frater bowled by Mikey Gordon, one that also went away from the body. He was gone for 3. Ali, surprisingly, gone for a duck. He potentially nicked off the ball before he was out, and then decided to have a heave-ho the next ball, skied it up. Great running catch from Sophia, running around from slip to gully. But he was gone for donut. So very surprising. Carl Bandy still at the crease. He's on 21 from just 16 balls. Sanoa also out for a duck, and that was surprising, but gave Brian his first wicket, and he'll cherish that. Joel still out there on naught, although he's just flayed one through the offside for a single, so he is now off the mark. And the total, unfortunately for the home side, is just 46 for 6. Still another 6 or 7 overs to go to drinks. Be interesting to see if they take it.
Yeah, they didn't in the first innings, did they?
No, I think it might have been a bit of a ploy from the captain. Tell you, if I'd been out in the middle of the park, I would have let the captain know that I definitely wanted a drink. Carl's worked another single off his legs. Mark Bulmer's a canny bowler, actually. They have to watch him very, very carefully. He's very good at dotting it up. He's got a really good radar in and around that off stump. And sometimes the ball will hit the shiny side and go straight through, and sometimes it'll hit the seam and it'll turn back into you. So just like that one. Joel just found a little gap in the offside and they run through for a good single. This is all these two need to do, quite frankly. They bat for 20-25 overs just in this fashion, running the singles and getting the odd boundary. They'll actually push the total up. So whether or not they've got the wickets in the shed to keep going. Huge shout, but always looked like it was going down the leg side. Boo! That was an interesting attempt at a run out. I'm not so sure everyone was on the money there, but Sophia's run through. He's thrown the ball at the stumps while Carl's gone for a little wander. It's taken the bail off. The umpire's decided that Carl had a foot behind the line. You can't say that they're not still competitive out there, even if they are cold. And it is cold. Even I've decided to close the door on the Fiat 500. Certainly looks like Brian's going to continue here. Be interesting to see Steve get a bowl, actually. He has one of the best averages for anyone who's bowled this season for the club. He hasn't had too many opportunities to bowl, but maybe next year that'll change, because he really has. He's got just the most tremendous strike rate when he's got the ball in hand. Here is Brian. That's gone down the leg side. And it looks like we're getting another big old wave of weather through. So it looks like I might need to leap athletically from the vehicle and pluck what looks like someone's bag that they've left. Will the cable reach? Oh, that's a great ball from Brian. He's done Joel all ends up there. And I'm just grabbing this bag from outside the car. Pretty long cable. Okay. Chuck that in the car. There's another wave of weather. Looks like it's coming through. Just check the camera. Everything looks okay. Certainly all the audio equipment's now safely inside the Fiat 500. Whoa. It's a good little pull shot from Joel there, forcing it away into the leg side, getting a single. Interestingly, I just got a text from Mike, and Mike has asked if I called him. Well, yes, I did. And I tell you what, oh, that's a great ball. Huge appeal. Huge appeal. Only Nabil's really lively about that one. Mike's saying that, no, he didn't touch it. Oh, Nabil's kicking off. Oh, there's some chat out there, but yeah, Brian's bowling alright. That was a good ball, just angling in and then moving slightly away. Carl had a little fish at it. Nabil was certain. He thought for sure he'd nicked off. Never mind, we'll continue. Or at least until this big old dirty cloud that's about to come over the ground might take us off for an early drink if the weather chucks it down again.
Are you going to call him back?
Well, that's a big old hit through the leg side. That's gone for 4 through square leg. But it's not quite the end of the over, so no, I'm not going to call him back. More physical violence from Rob there against Mike. Not sure what that's about. Possibly Rob also felt that Carl had nicked off to Brian. And never mind. It's a good chance for a couple of these players to show the captain what they can do, up their chances of getting more time at the crease next year, either batting or bowling. Some spits of rain now starting to show on the Fiat 500. That's better from Brian, tucking the batsman up nice and full, in on his toes. No way you can hit that. Looks like the end of the over. Seems like a good time as any to give Mike a call. Come on, Mike. Reach into your pocket. Look at your phone. Just watch him standing out there in the rain, not looking at his phone. It really is disappointing. I can see him holding his phone in his hand. And yet...
Which one is it?
The one with the green top. Look at your phone, Mike.
He's probably got it on silent.
Probably does, he's a doctor. No, well, I'm going to stop calling him anyway. It's worth a shot. Worth a shot. Who else have I tried to call today? I don't know, maybe...
The person who's got the shield.
Yeah, so I might give Joe a call. I mean, it depends if he's out. You might not want to know. Funny old situation here where the rain's coming down, the sun is shining.
Look for rainbows.
Well, we might be at the end of the rainbow.
That would be fitting for what's the name of the cup? Trevon.
Why are you awake? Go back to sleep.
I don't know, you must have said something interesting.
I don't think I did.
You woke me up to put the bag in the car.
Yeah, well, I think it was the right thing to do, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, it's not my bag, I don't even know whose bag it is, but I thought,
it's the guy who lent us the umbrella to try and keep the equipment warm.
Okay.
Warm, dry.
Back to sleep.
I think this is the first time I've ever been in the back of this car.
Shush! Now, back to the cricket. You've got Mark Bulmer bowling to Joel Cooper. It's set up on the offside, and Joel's given it a fair whack. But Mo has got behind it. A little bit of fluff in the field. The batsman thought they could run through for a single, but no, they turned it down. Probably the right call. No point taking silly chances. They just need to bat for as long as they possibly can and see if they can push to a point where they could force a result. There's a good shot from Joel through the offside, making Rob Miller run around out at mid-off. He's hoisted that back in from the boundary. Another single to Joel. Carl back on strike. Oh, some really indecisive running, but a really, really good slide from Joel. He can be quick when he needs to be, so a bit of an underarm from Connor into Nabil, quick to get the bails off, but there's no way he was getting given. He was well in, and in these conditions, easy to slide as well across the wet, slippery surface. Plenty of rain coming across the ground right now, despite the fact that the sun is shining. That big dark cloud going overhead. Definitely
cricket weather.
Look, I'm turning your mic off.
Why?
Because no more talking. Go sleep. Rightio. Back in the middle. Brian once again being entrusted with the ball by Captain Rob Miller. I somewhat suspect this might be Brian's last over. It'd be interesting to see some of the other bowlers get a go, the likes of Jake or Steve. Oh, really good ball from Brian, right in on the toes, and it squirted away for a single, but could have gone under the bat. It's really hard to defend when the ball's coming from such a great height. Mary, on the other hand, she's taken the headset off in the back seat because I turned her mic off. Fair enough too. She'll make herself nice and comfortable, and she's got her needles out. She's shooting up the insulin in the back seat. Brian running in. That's on the money. Good shot through the offside. That has gone all the way to the boundary, and then stopped right after because the outfield once again soaking wet. Good shot from Joel though. I mean, you would have said not very long ago that this game was dead and buried. But I'm just seeing slight increase in the levels of interest from the boys sitting on the sideline. They've started watching the game. So maybe a little bit more faith and hope being restored by these two as they continue to work the ball around. Another one through the offside. This time fielded easily by Mikey Gordon, who's standing out there in the covers. Fired the throw in well above the keeper's head. You can't fault Brian for keenness, running back to the top of his mark every single ball. he would have played a fair bit of LMS cricket. That's probably where he gets that from. Well down the leg side and helped off to the boundary by Carl. 4 runs. I'm going to have to turn the car on, I think. And off again. Well, I had to turn the car on because I needed the wipers. Because I couldn't see a damn thing out the front windscreen. I say I can't see a damn thing out the front windscreen, but I've just had a look at the camera, and it looks like we can't see anything out the front of the camera. So I am going to pause the commentary momentarily while I leap athletically from the vehicle to go and move the rain cover off of the camera so that you guys can see the action at home. Meanwhile, 66 for 6. Well, hopefully, just hopefully, you've got a better picture now and you can actually see what's happening out there on the park. And try giving Mike another call.
Hello?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah?
It's me, Jez, from the commentary team.
Hi, Jez from the commentary team in the car.
Yeah. Hey, just wondering how things are going out there in the middle of the park.
Yeah, it's getting a bit fractious. There's a lot of threats of anger and violence.
Yeah, I noticed that Rob has repeatedly beaten you.
Yeah, Rob's getting really riled up.
Is there a particular reason? Yes. I mean, how's it going for you umpiring?
I am actually kind of enjoying it. It's quite good fun. A lot of decisions being made, or questions being asked.
Is it
a lot of animosity?
Is there a change of bowling here at the toilet end?
Yeah, so we've got Jake's about to come in.
Okay.
Jake.
And what's Jake going to bowl? Is he going to bowl leggies, offies, seam up?
I have no idea.
You could ask him.
I could ask him instead of what.
Yeah, ask him. Go ahead and ask him.
He wants to know what we're bowling. Hiya.
Hey, Jake, I'm just wondering what you're bowling. Are you going to bowl leggies, offies?
I'll be bowling left arm mixed bag.
Okay, cool.
Let's go bowl now.
Let's go.
Come on. I was going to give that a wide until it got hit for 6.
Did it go all the way for 6? Oh dear, well it was a mud first ball, wasn't it?
Would have been a wide, but Joel got hold of it pretty well.
He really did.
Connor just said that things can only get better, but he's wrong, it can get a lot worse. I'm going to hang up, because I feel like I'm going to be asked to make a decision, and then the bill will yell at me if I'm on the phone.
I'm going to call you back.
He's yelling at me a lot.
I'm going to call you back.
I don't think he likes me. You know I gave Sonny out.
Yeah, I know.
I'm home.
Has he?
He's literally left.
He looked really
I'll speak to you later.
Okay. All the best out there. Stay strong.
Right, commentary team. You too.
It's nice that we can interact with the umpires on the field, and indeed the bowler, who bowled a second mud delivery in a row, which has been fired down to deep fine leg, and the batsman Joel's gone ass over tit, and Crab walked back on his hands and knees. Well, not even his knees, because he was on his ass going backwards. Anyway, he made it back into his crease. Good for him. And now Carl Bandy's back on strike. Ooh, it's a long way outside off stump, and it's been given a wide. Yeah, I can't quite see who's fielding down there at fine leg, but they definitely prevented a boundary. So really good work down there. I think it might have been Adnan. Ooh, that stayed low. That stayed horribly low off Jake's bowling. It's not what you want when you're facing up, but frequently what you get when you're playing the John Roan playing fields. Ooh, an attempted stumping there by Nabil. He's certainly warmed to keeping whenever he's been handed the gloves this season. He's been an enthusiastic keeper. Nods to some of our other keepers from this season: Paul Frater, William Dunphy, Mike Wood, Tim Livesey. And that has been struck out to the mid-wicket boundary. That has gone for 4. I tell you what, there's a bit of teapot action. Rob Miller's standing at mid-off. He's not happy. He's not happy, and off he goes. He's going out to guard the boundary on the leg side. I think, judging by that little response from Rob, that he thinks that this is game on. And he's concerned that this partnership's going to get a little bit more momentum. And this game, it could be on. Very interesting. Well, They progress now to 80 for 6. Possibly more than that. I don't think my scorecard's quite updated this over. But not beyond 100 yet. That's a better ball. That's a better ball from Jake. And that's the end of the over. Wouldn't be surprised now if Rob took him off. The only bowler to get one over, get pulled off. Oh, jeez. We're near the end of that. We'll see what happens. Let's hope Rob gives him another one. He's a good bowler, Jake. But like so many of the people in this club and in this age bracket, you do need 1 or 2 overs to warm up. And it looks like Steve Wheel is going to get his chance to bowl from the tower end. As I mentioned previously, he's got an amazing strike rate and a brilliant average. I think he's averaging under 10 per wicket. So, he can definitely bowl. He's got a bit of a bustling action. Reminds me a bit of Chris Pringle, a New Zealand bowler from the 90s. So, once again, a lot of engagement from the field now. I think they all think this is game on and that this partnership's just gotten that little bit dangerous because they were being very particular with their field placements. Here comes Steve. Big shoulder bowler. Bounces up. Joel knocks it into the gully. Connor does the fielding. So just running around the park, you've got Rob looking worried at mid-off. Mo's in quite a close cover. You've got Adnan all the way out on the cover boundary. Connor at quite a deep gully. Brian at a short third man. Sophia at first slip. Nabil behind the stumps. You've got a stock standard square leg in the form of Mikey Gordon. Then you've got a pretty close mid-wicket in the form of Jake. And then all the way out at cow corner, Mark Bulmer. Although, I really don't think they're giving Steve's bowling enough credit having a big old cow corner. It's pretty unlikely. Here we go, Steve to continue. Just finding his range there. Just going away from the batsman. So we update on the score. Looks like Jake leaked 12 runs in their last over, so they're up to 92 for 6. That was very much on the full and slayed. Great shot from Carl. Top shot. Got that on the full, out of the middle of the bat, and absolutely slayed that out to the cover boundary. That was a great shot. And some wee rumblings from the side of the park. I think he brought up his 50. Well done, that man. Little clap. Little golf clap in the car. 50 Carl Bandy. I dare say that is his first one for the club. Well batted. You get stop making that noise in the back seat. That's so wrong. Joel, by the way, if you're wondering, on 24 down the other end. Another big full toss. Well, I hate to say it, but if they were able to pull this off, it'd be one of the greatest Houdini efforts I've certainly ever seen on a Sunday. Oh, huge full toss. And Carl has baseballed that down to long on where Bully does the fielding. Steve picks up his hat there. He won't be too happy with that over, I don't think. A little bit of licorice all sorts. And Rob's not pulled Jake off. Not on camera anyway, so he's going to continue around the wicket. Carl retaking his guard. Sort of sense that potentially he's taking this a little bit more seriously now that he's got to 50. Now watch out for the one that keeps low. That's my advice. Just like that one. No bounce whatsoever. Just skidding off the shiny side of the ball. Quite a bit of dip on that delivery. Nearly foxed the batsman. Just running around the field from this end, we have a fine leg all the way back, mid-wicket all the way back, cow corner all the way back. We have a mid-on, pretty deep mid-on. That's a good hit. He's hit it straight out to Rob, and he's been nutmegged. It's gone straight between the ducats. And that's 4 runs. Going back to where the field is standing while Rob gets the ball back from under the barbecue. Looks like we don't have anyone in close at all on that leg side. It's just the umpire standing out there. Coming around to a pretty standard mid-off in Connor. A silly mid-off in Sophia. We've got Mo in the gully. We've got Brian at a pretty deep point. Then we've got Mikey Gordon out there, probably 2/3 to the boundary at the cover, and the cover's there. That's a bit of ball from Jake in and around that off stump, bit of bounce that time. Jake will mix it up. He's got it out the front of the hand, out the back of the hand. He can bowl seam up. Yeah, that one there, much, much faster. Really pushing it through with the arm. Not a bad over, really. Just that one loose delivery, which got struck straight out to the fielder. But, like I say, straight up Main Street. And out to the boundary. Looks like Jake's trying to take himself off now, trying to see if somebody else will do the fielding for him. I don't think he's going to have any takers. It's not very warm out there. Everyone's pretty happy on the old sidelines. He's having a drinky. So Steve is going to continue from the tower end. Jake's going to take the field in a third man position. Oh, that's a big hit back over Steve's head from Joel. Fielded there by Bully. Back to the bowler's end, just a single. Jake now moving around to fine leg. And now he's realised he's supposed to be at mid-wicket, and he's very slowly strolling back to mid-wicket. And here's Steve to continue. We currently have 2 square legs. It's gone straight between them for 4. Well, it was a very, very relaxed piece of fielding for Jake. He was very, very slowly making his way back to mid-wicket after finishing his last over. He's walked across in front of Mikey Gordon, who was actually at square leg. The ball's going down the leg side, has been hit straight at them. Jake's chucked a foot out. It's gone straight between them. Honestly, you'd need a needle to thread that. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. You've never seen 2 fielders closer together not field a ball. Heavens to Betsy, and it's gone. It's gone across the line, and of course... we're well beyond 3 figures now. Well beyond 3 figures, I'd say. And I hate to make the point. Game on. The nerves that have been shown by some of the players. And I tell you what, Rob Miller, after saying he wouldn't bowl today, warming up. He's warming up at mid-off. It's a good Yorker from Steve. Kept out by Carl. So it looks like Rob Miller, and I'm going to bet that it's the next over, is going to bring himself on down here at the toilet end, because he thinks things have just gotten a bit too close to comfort. Now, remember, I think these guys were 26 for 6. 26 for 6. Now 108 for 6. That's a big full toss through the leg side. Some very poor fielding from Jake. And it's gone to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Golly. It's getting itchy out there. But I tell you what, Shakir, the captain of the home side, sitting here on the boundary, he's looking dead set relaxed now after not looking too happy for the longest of time. He is now sitting upright in his chair. He's got himself a Coke and a packet of chips. He's happily eating his chips and watching this game. That is brilliant. Well. Hope I haven't put the mockers on them. So after that over, the home 11 now, if you can believe it, after 22 overs, 117 for 6, chasing down 153 for 8. And Rob, he's seen enough. He's seen enough. The top's coming off. He's bringing himself on to bowl here at the toilet end. Well, if Mike didn't think he was under enough pressure before for LBWs, he's going to know all about it now if anything hits anybody on the pad. If the home team get up for this, no doubt in my mind, one of the greatest Houdini efforts I have seen on a Sunday. Let's see where Rob has his field. Connor's at mid-off. Yorker kept out first ball. So Connor's at mid-off. Sophia's at silly mid-off. You've got Gordon, 2/3 out in the covers. Brian's been brought in a little bit closer here at point. Looks like we've got Mo at gully. Great shot. Gordon, some good fielding out there in the covers, restricts it to 1. Then going around the leg side, we've got Mark Bulmer at fine leg all the way back on the boundary. We've got Adnan all the way back on the mid-wicket boundary. We have Jake Newcomen at cow corner. We have Steve 2/3 of the way back at mid-on. So again, if they drop it into the leg side, there's no one to get it. Pretty full there from Rob. Lovely straight drive from Carl. Big full toss from Rob. And that is being ably chased all the way to boundary by Connor, but he can't cut it off. All the way out to the covers. That has gone for 4. Well, it doesn't even look like Rob's going to be able to stem the flow of runs. You would have to say at this point, the away side, who were in the box seat when they had them 26 for 6, are going to need to take some more wickets. Oh, it's in the air and through point. Joel's hit that away through point. No, it was Carl, sorry. Carl hit that away through point, chased down by Brian. Keeps it to 2. Car's now under attack by a big swarm of bugs, by the way. Huge swarm of insects is coming in across the car. I have no idea what they are, but I really hope they don't get in. Lovely little push. Very stylish from Carl. Pushed out into the offside. That's the end of the over. And Rob is calling in the big guns. Sophia Hussain is going to come on to bowl from the tower end. I'm pretty sure we're within the sort of 30-run margin here. Now, Sophia, again, a deadly deadly leg spinner. He doesn't tend to turn it too much, kind of rolls it out of the hand, but he does have a quicker ball. He does flight it up. So if he can find his radar, he will definitely be a handful. And if he manages to get a wicket here, might just put a cat amongst the pigeons. Now, there are plenty of overs left. These guys have been scoring at a great rate, putting plenty of boundaries on. Up to 125 for 6 now. Absolutely game on. Absolutely game on. Less than 30 runs to get. Carl facing up to Sophia. And he immediately gives it plenty of flight. The ball that Sophia bowls, the quicker one, he tends to bowl a little bit short. So what happens is the batsman rocks back onto the back foot looking to pull it, but the ball doesn't bounce. And of course, on the pads or through the stumps, there's the quicker ball. So whether Carl is up to it, whether he's wise enough to know what Sophia's got in his bag of tricks and how he's going to set him up. Sophia losing his run there. I'm just trying to keep half an eye on the guys on the sidelines. They're all leaning forward in their chairs now, knees bouncing. They are all very much engaged in this game. It's a quicker ball outside off stump. It's knocked down by Carl. Shakir's up and about. He's not even sitting down anymore. He's got his can of Coke. He's walking around. He's very animated all of a sudden. Quicker ball again. There's so many overs left. It wouldn't be difficult for the batsman here to play out Sophia and just score runs from the other end. Big wide ball from outside off stump. Left alone by Carl. Looks like he's got a good head for the game here, and he realises that Sophia is the threat. Oh no, he's offed it up, running back. Sophia has taken a splendid caught and bowled. Well, that's some great bowling. He absolutely suckered him. He absolutely suckered the batsman there. You know, he looped up the first one, 4 sharp, straight, quicker balls, and then the last ball of the over, he gave it a bit more air outside the off stump. Carl's eyes lit up and he went for it, and he hit it well up into the air. And the rainbow came down. Sophia running back, taking a very good caught and bowled. So, where does that leave us? Well, we have plenty of overs left. That's not a concern whatsoever. Less than 30 runs to get. 7 down now for 125. James Gunner is going to come out to the middle to join Joel Cooper at the wicket. James can absolutely bat, but does he have a head for the pressure? That's the big question. Carl's the one that's been leading this fight back. I would suggest they put away the big shots and then try to work it around and get as close as they can. But the fact that they even brought this back to being a match, the fact that this is even competitive is miraculous. The fact that they were 26 for 6 and got themselves up to 125 for 6 is just marvellous effort. So 100 run, or I think 99 run partnership between Joel Cooper and Carl Bandy. Carl did most of the work. A really well-made 73 from him off just 58 balls. Joel's still out there on 26. Just have to see what happens from here, people. I mean, I'm assuming that the stream hasn't gone down or anything silly like that. Rob being very particular with his field once again. Down the leg side, worked off his pads. Just a single for Joel there. That brings Gunner onto strike. James can bat, but he needs a few balls to get himself in. You can get him early if you put it on the spot. Rob's gone for it straight away, gone for the Yorker. Punched out into the offside, fielded by Sophia at a sort of short mid-off. And yeah, plenty of spaces in that leg side. I think it's come off the face of the bat and run away for a single. Called through by Joel. Shaquille's actually out there in the middle, the captain for the home side. He is now umpiring here at this end. Coke in hand. Rob again, really full. Oh, plenty of air. Joel gave that a good whack. Hit Rob in the foot. Has bounced away, pinballed away. Connor's chased it down at mid-off. And just having to let my cohort out of the back seat to stop her eating chips in my ear. And all that is... It is cold, but we can hear you eating chips, so get out. Get out. Go on, grab your jacket. And that's the end of the over from Rob. He's definitely a lot more animated now after that last wicket. Having some difficulties getting a woman out of the back of this Fiat 500. Probably should have hopped out of the boot, shouldn't you? Think about that. Okay. Here I am, getting back in the car. She's not wrong, it is cold out there, but it's lovely and warm inside the Fiat 500. Sophia's going to continue from the tower end, bowling to James Gunner. Again, Sophia being very particular with his field. He's bringing all the men in on the leg side, so he's leaving long on back and mid-wicket back, but now he's got a classic mid-wicket and a square leg in close. So very much an in-out field on the leg side. He has a long off back. He has quite a deep gully to the point of it almost being a very short third man. Oh, that's the quicker ball, kept out by James. He's got a cover boundary rider, and Connor is lurking at point. Mo just in there short on the offside, Trying to prevent the single in there. He's tossed it up. James has left it alone. Well, if you'd asked me an hour ago if we were going to get a tense game of cricket, I wouldn't have said so. Tossed it up again. Oh, it's not a bad shout. They've run away. They're still running. They're still running. James is still chasing. Great throw from Jake. Great throw from Jake from the boundary. So Jake Newcomen has chased that down. Really good, hard, flat throw back to the keeper. Keeper's taken the bails off. But I think he was safe. I think he was in. Great effort, though. Great effort. But, a bit of relaxed running. I think James only thought there was ever going to be one there. But splintered away off the pad. Went all the way down to the boundary, but not over it. Joel there calling him through. Down the leg side, well down the leg side. Bounces off the keeper's pads and ricochets into the stumps. James never a chance of lifting that back foot. Oh, faster ball again, well down the leg side. Left alone. That's the end of that over. Well, we inch closer and closer to a result here at Rome. Someone's in the boot of the car. What? What are you doing? Okay, well, it is freezing cold outside. Okay, well, I've got to get out of the way so she can get back in the back of the car. There you go. Okay, warm yourself up. Now that you've finished your chips. Now the seat's stuck and I can't get back in. Ooh. So, we're about there, trying to find out whether or not Adnan has in fact bowled out. But yeah, they're going for the jugular here, bringing Adnan back on. Well, he can join me on commentary. He can join me on commentary. Hang on. Get in the back.
Oh no, I'm gonna go for a wander. It also sounds like you're gonna kidnap me.
In you get.
I've got my spikes on.
I don't care.
They're muddy.
Get in.
Is this your car?
In.
It's not your car.
I don't care, get in the car. Get in the car. Yeah, get in the car. Used to be my car.
One can't get in my
Get in the car, come on.
You sound like you're kidnapping me.
No, get in. Okay. We're definitely not kidnapping Mike Wood.
Anyway, if you do get kidnapped in a Fiat 500, as I discovered earlier on, you can actually put the back seats down and open the boot from the inside.
Why
Here we go.
About 45 minutes ago.
Jez tried to kidnap me.
You'll need two hands for that.
So, I think Rob's
only just realised what the score is and has panicked and brought Adnan back on.
Yeah, there has been some panic. Anyway, Mike, welcome to the Fiat 500.
Thanks.
It's great to have you here.
Good to be back.
It is. Well, I mean, have you been in this Fiat 500 before?
Not in the Fiat 500. I've been on the part of the commentary earlier today.
Very good of you to finally take our call when we gave you a ring out in the middle.
It just wasn't showing up.
Oh, that's a great shot!
Off Adnan as well.
Yeah, it's gone all the way to the boundary. A stern chase from Connor. He really whipped after that one, but he couldn't track it down.
Nabil is going to be getting angry. There's going to be a lot of high pressure LBW decisions. And Rob is probably now panicking. Now he's realised what the score is and that he should have brought Adnan back on about 5 overs ago.
Yeah, well, he wanted to bowl himself, didn't he?
He did.
So here's Adnan. He's just been pummeled through the covers from bowling too full, and Joel's had another whack at it.
Jesus. Joel is playing very well today.
He is playing very well. He didn't quite get all of that though. Just off the inside edge, rolled away to mid-on where Steve's picked it up, tried to dry the ball off. I imagine the outfield's still pretty damp out there.
Yeah, it's soaking. It's clay and moist and awful.
You're not allowed to say moist on this commentary, Mike.
No?
Here's Adnan. So just around the top of off stump, Joel's leant back into that, punched it out into the covers where it's been fielded by Gordon. They run through for a single.
Did you see Joel's backward crab over the crease when he almost got run out earlier?
Yeah, it was brilliant and hilarious.
It was really, really entertaining.
Yeah, that's exactly what we called it too, the backward crab.
Yeah, it just showed how muddy it was as well, because not only did he slip in the mud, but the back of his top ended up pretty caked.
Well, it won't matter if he manages to get the team over the line at the end of today. Adnan firing it in.
He's very confidently left there.
You want to talk about a leave? Man, that is one of the best leaves of the entire season.
Casual.
Well.
Could have been inches away.
Well, Adnan would have noticed that, so don't do that again, James, because I tell you what, the next one's going to be a lot closer.
Prior to this over, Adnan was 6 for 3, I think, off 5 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled really, really well,
as he is known to do.
Yes, I mean he's got a big history in the LMS game, playing on Thursdays. One of the best players, not just for Brockley, but in the entire competition worldwide, I believe.
He's ranked, I think, second at one point in the whole country, which is. And I think the problem is when you go out to bat someone like Adnan, you're aware of that. And it gets in your head a little bit.
Yeah, did you want to talk about your dismissal? Because he got you today.
He got me about 4 times in 4 balls. I kind of wish I got out the first ball, and then I would have had to put up with the other 3. It was pretty terrible. I mean, he was very well bowled. He's a good bowler, but also you shouldn't do what I did, which is just kind of flap at the ball horizontally across the line and get bowled.
Well, he did make you look good. I mean, you made him look good. Is that what I meant to say?
He made himself look good. I made myself look terrible.
Well, now Sophia continuing from the tower end, a bit of a loop. That's a bit of a weird.
It's going to be quite an aggressive appeal from Nabil, I think.
Yeah, it was a bit of a squirter from Joel. He didn't play that one all that well.
How many overs are we down to now?
Oh, there's plenty of overs left. I think there's only been 26, 27 overs. Although, admittedly, it doesn't look like the score's updating. Have they screwed up the app?
I seem to be doing it pretty well earlier.
That is a big hoy from Joel through the leg side. That brings James Gunner back on strike to face Sophia.
Can you hear me chewing when I'm chewing?
There's been a lot of people eating chips in the back of this car today. Sophia just nudged away into the gully region where it's fielded by Jake. I'm so glad that so many people are enjoying chips live on air. Yeah. It's not the sort of thing you get with BBC coverage or Sky Sports, is it? 138 for 7. Loud munching.
Sorry.
There's the quicker ball, right on the pads. He's giving him. He's giving him.
Well, that may be the game there.
Well, not necessarily.
I mean, it may be.
I mean, there's
2 to come.
There's 2 more batsmen to come. Batsman is a
word.
It's a word, I know. It's the word I've chosen to use to describe the people coming into bat.
I mean, I don't think it could have described many of the top order batsmen either today, to be honest.
No, the middle order was super strong, but this is going to be a hell of a challenge for these last 2 batsmen.
They may finally be feeling his anus unclenching. How previously clenched I imagine it was.
That's never ever happened. Not even with the hot amyl nitrate. Now, Joe will welcome another partner to the crease, this time in the form of Advaith, which leaves Toby batting at 11. I'm not even sure he's got his pads on, does he?
He does, yeah. He's been wearing his pads for the last 2 hours.
Well, it's freezing cold out there. You know, one of the big advantages of sitting inside the Fiat 500 is it's toasty warm.
He's handed over the score book.
Well, he's taking it seriously. Yeah, Toby's off to the dressing room for a nervous wee. We've all been there.
Joel hasn't been for a wee for a while because he had about 3 during our fielding innings.
Did he?
So he's been out there quite a lot. He's probably building up.
Not on the field, were they?
Well, one of them was in the trees. He left the pitch twice, and he went. Well, left the pitch 3 times. One of them in the trees in the distance.
Wah! Just trying to get myself into a comfy. Oh, you are? No, that's all right. You eat your chips.
I was very hungry.
Yeah.
I've been umpiring for a couple of hours.
Yeah, no, good job.
It's quite intense umpiring today.
Yeah, absolutely has been. I gather that.
Jake Newcomer appealing for everything because he thinks it's funny and threatening violence. Nabil appealing for everything because he thinks everything's out. And everyone on my own team thinking that nothing's out.
Oh, there's the quicker ball again, quicker ball again, quicker ball again. He's given it again. He's given him, hasn't he?
And he has given him, and Vaith is now walking.
I think Advaith is saying that he hit it.
Of course he is. Everybody does.
Oh, but this is the Interclub, you see. If he says he hit it, he hit it. No. He's given him. So no respect whatsoever given to the tail end when it comes to how they feel about whether or not they hit it.
Once the decision has been made.
Well, I mean, obviously today that hasn't been the case several times.
There's been a few questions. I think,
but there's also been some very generous actions on the parts of the captains to,
have there?
Bring batsmen back and, trust their belief that they hit or did not hit the ball. I think there's been a lot of that today, but...
we brought Steve back. What else happened?
So Steve got brought back, but Ali as well. When Ali was batting, he claimed to have only copped it on the pad and not hit it with the bat, even though I think that might not have been the case. But I feel for Advaith there. I think he may have got a little bit of bat on that one. But it was a big appeal, and he's come back to the dugout. And now the home team down to the last man.
He's come back to the tree. We don't really have a dugout.
That's true. You just kind of do. You have a bit of a tree. So last man in, and I'm doing some bad maths here, but more runs needed. Plenty of time, plenty of overs left. If Toby can keep his head down and keep the ball out.
Plenty of Joel left, who's having an absolute blinder today.
Yeah. Yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of chips left too, apparently.
Would you like some?
No.
I feel like on TMS they talk about food quite a lot, actually. I don't know if they eat it as much.
No, there's not a lot of eating on the microphone. That's a pretty rare thing. So they've brought the field right in for Toby. Sophia's going to continue. He's on a hat-trick now, coming around the wicket. He's going to absolutely fire it into the pads. Toby just has to keep it out. Just prop forward and keep it out. It will be the quicker ball, no question in my mind. All of the fielders being brought in around the wicket. We have a gully, we have a silly mid-off, we have a mid-off, we have a mid-on, we have a short mid-wicket, we have a short square leg, we have a square leg, we have a short fine leg, we have a silly point, and then we have someone out on the covers. There it is.
Big appeal.
No ball. Missing.
Is that no ball?
Is he giving it as a no ball, or is he saying it's missing?
That looks... I mean, that is the...
it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
Is he overstepping?
He does have the propensity to overstep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jake Newcomen trying to suggest that this is a free hit.
Yeah, unfortunately we do not play along those rules. This will be quick again.
Big appeal. Not given by Carl, probably very sensibly.
Yeah.
It's going to kick off now. There's going to be some violence. No. Suggesting it went down.
No. Keep saying no. Keep saying no.
Right.
Keep saying no.
Steve Wills putting his hands down his trousers.
Goodness gracious me. Nabil and Sophia, two of the biggest appealers.
Oh, he's throwing
his shoe
at Joel.
Did he just tackle Joel?
I think he threw his shoe and then tackled Joel. Joel, bless him, has had a bad day already. He's been hit in the face by a bale. He's had 3 wheeze during the innings.
I'm not so sure that you can do that.
There's definitely some unsportsmanlike behaviour going on.
Yeah, so I don't know what the nature is out there on the wicket. I'm not so sure if that's good-natured or not. But it's very rare to see the bowler tackle the batsman. Yeah, tackle the non-striker.
After throwing a shoe at him.
Yeah, he did throw a shoe at him, that's true. And then tackle him to the ground. I hope that there's some laughter being had out there in the middle.
Big appeal here, I feel. Yeah, huge appeal.
Now, Watt's missing. That one was really missing by a country mile.
Carl, I think, doing quite a good job.
So
Sophia's hitting Joel with a
Sophia has taken a stump out of the ground and is hitting Joel about the legs. I'm not so sure he should keep bowling. Sophia's having words with Carl. Is this the part of the day where we call it a draw?
Well, thankfully we've got Shaquille out there to keep everybody calm and remind everyone that he is in charge.
Yeah, well, Shaquille is a cool head.
Possibly the coolest person I know.
Yeah, nice man.
Lovely man.
So Rob's taking the bat off the batsman.
He likes to feel the bats off.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing more than a cricket thing.
Yeah, well...
Gets a bit sexual with them, I think.
He just enjoys the shaft, I think. So that was one hell of an over.
Lots of balls.
It's the sort of thing that might show up on highlights reels across Instagram at one point or another. I mean, it's not often that you see the bowler throw a shoe at the non-striker and then tackle them, or indeed pull a stump out of the ground and then beat them about the legs. But that's funny old day.
Thankfully, Joel is from Portsmouth, so he's quite tough. Though he is very short.
So just to bring you up to speed on where we're at, the away 11 made 153 for 8 off their 35 overs. Currently, after 27 overs, we have the home team on 140 for 9.
It's got intense.
Yeah. Oh, he's kept that out, punched it into the offside.
A blind here today.
Sophia's picked it up. Lots more words being heaven. Heaven's not a word, is it? No, never mind.
Heaven?
Yeah, I said heaven. He's been having some words.
Having is a word.
Okay. Here's Adnan. In at the stumps, away on the leg side. Always missing. I think that got him on the bone.
Shaquila's given 2 fingers to that.
Yeah.
I don't know what that signals.
Well, see, the pads that Joel's wearing, I gave him those.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I gave those pads away... I mean,
children's pads,
they're not children's pads, no, but they are for the shorter gentlemen. Yeah. I gave those to Joel because on occasion, the ball would get through and wrap me right on the bony part of the knee. And I think Joel has just felt that very same feeling.
I do have that issue myself a lot because I do play in children's pads.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, you are a grown man.
I do prefer the ability to move my feet. Although I don't move my feet, I like to know that I can move my feet if I wanted to.
Did you know that there are small pads available for a full-grown man? Because I have a pair myself, and they are brilliant.
It's just, I like these pads. I've had them since my brother had them from when he was 12. And I've always just been a fan.
Oh, Joel has stepped well across to the offside and belted that through square leg for 4. Billy had no idea. That was past him before he could think about it.
If he finishes this game still not out, he's definitely looking at man of the match.
Well,
Carl.
Well, Sophia is still talking to Joel, so I don't know what Sophia does from here, whether or not
he's hitting him on the head again.
No, yeah. Well, it's just contain the rage, buddy. Contain the rage. But there's lots of chat, lots of chat out there.
I mean, normally you'd say something along the lines of cricket is the real winner, but I don't know if that's true today.
Well, there's 9 runs to go. 9 runs separating the two teams. 1 wicket in hand for the batting side, and jitters all around.
Connor looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, Connor's always pretty comfortable.
He's just having a great time.
I think he just really enjoys the game.
Yeah. Being in the field with your mates, having some crisps.
You're having some crisps.
I'm having some crisps. Having a great time. Can you still hear me munching?
Yes. So here's Adnan coming in from the toilet end. Joel will be looking for a single here to try and turn the strike over and protect Toby from seeing Sophia. Oh, he went for it, but the ball bounced. Can you believe it?
And they didn't appeal for that?
No, they didn't appeal, but the ball bounced unbelievably.
He's done some unusual things today. Including bouncing, not bouncing, semi-bouncing, double bouncing.
Your mic's not even near your mouth anymore.
Oh, it's because I was chewing.
Okay.
I moved it down.
Well, welcome back.
Thanks.
So, this is going to be a very interesting over. I think Joel giving Toby some serious batting advice there. You know what's going to happen. Sophia's coming around the wicket. He's going to fire it in. It's going to be extremely full. He's going to look to either bowl him or wrap him on the pads. I don't think Carl can withstand many more appeals. The field has been brought right in. Right in. Here's Toby. He's got that big backlift. Bring it down, mate.
Well, that's quite high and loopy, that one.
Yeah.
There's an appeal.
Down the leg side, but the field's right in, so anywhere the ball dribbles away to, there's a man there to get it.
Don't know what the appeal was for.
No. Well, he's mixed it up with the loopy one, but I tell you what, this next one's going to be a dart. Oh, lower that backlift. There it is.
Yeah.
Straight through.
All over.
Game over.
Well, I'm going to go and shake hands. So thank you, guys.
Yeah, well,
to come back into the Fiat 500.
Thank you for the game, Mike. I'm glad that it got closer than we all thought that it would.
Thank you, Mary. I hope your car's okay.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Lovely to see you again.
There you go. Get your headset off. Out you come.
Joel is filming that as well. You took it out the back with him.
On your mic. So there you go. We've come to the end. A very close game, as it happened. There was a real patch job. Just getting to that. So there was a real patch job done after falling to be 26 for 6, the home team. Carl Bandy and Joel Cooper got together to put on 99 runs. Carl Bandy eventually dismissed, caught and bowled by Saphir for 73. Joel Cooper left stranded, not out on 34. The tail didn't quite wear. A very close game. And the away team winning by just 8 runs. So, thanks for joining us down here today at Rome for the final match of the season, the interclub between Brockley CC. If you'd like to know more about the club, you can find us on Play Cricket. We are not the Brockley CC that play up north. We're Brockley CC London. And we've got that big green logo with the great big green B. Can't get it wrong. But get in touch with us if you'd like to play for the club. Men and women, people of all skill sets are welcome. And you can join us for practices at Hilly Fields in and around Brockley. Playing for our LMS team on Thursdays. I believe there's an indoor team starting up for the winter months. There will be winter training sessions. Those have been booked. And I'm pretty sure after the success of running 2 teams for the course of this season, we'll be running 2 teams again next year. So feel free to get in touch. And Rob Miller, the club captain, will get back in touch with you. This isn't apparently our last stream of the season. There are intentions to stream the prize giving in AGM, which is coming up on October the 23rd. So if you are a member of the club and you want to know what's going on with that, or who indeed picks up the prizes, you can tune in on October the 23rd, assuming that that goes ahead. There's every chance that it well might. So thank you for joining us today. I'm glad we could bring you such an exciting game. And see you back for next season. Please enjoy the following 6 cold, dark months of the British winter. Or if you can, escape down under to New Zealand or Australia, if they'll let you across the border. Enjoy the summer and the cricket down there. I'm Jez Brown. It's been great bringing you the game. Wishing you all the best. And I will see you next time.